Everybody, John Maddox here, coming at you with another late night logical, plausible, probable. We're gonna be having an open mic discussion. You never know where we might end up, but I will tell you this: before we're done, we will have put some Evos in their place, because when I'm finished, you done.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the Logical, Plausible, Probable after show for the Kent Hovind versus Avi Bitterman debate on the age of the universe, and also a sneak peek, about 25-minute sneak peek into my interview with the one and only Dr. James Tour in the official kind of after postscript interview following his Abiogenesis Origin of Life lecture series. So that's going to be rolling out next week. But hey, there's like 5 hours of content, so it's going to be coming out in stages. And tonight, going to give you all a little insight, wet the whistle a little bit, get people excited about what's coming up. I think Dr. Tour is going to be engaging, doing some stuff live. We're going to do some promo stuff, things over his channel, my channel. Should be quite the extravaganza. You will not want to miss it. So here for a few minutes, going to have a little bit of discussion. I got a couple of folks backstage, bring them up. We'll have some conversation. And then as people start dribbling in for the stream, we will then kick things off here in about 10 minutes and kick off the sneak peek into the interview. For those of you who are here first time or have been thinking about it lately, make sure you go and check out the spring collection over on Teespring. And if you decide you want to get one of those shirts or sweatshirts or whatever you want, make sure, because those guys, Teespring's getting ridiculously expensive. Make sure you use the LPP30 discount code, get 30% off, and appreciate everything you're doing, helping there. And we will have some fun with where that's going. Got some new stuff coming out soon. Those of you who haven't seen them before, got quite a few different options over there in the spring collection. And you can go get some fun stuff. And they're conversation starters. They get people... get some atheists triggered, and people who aren't really paying attention also get engaged with them. All right, so enough of all the housekeeping stuff. Let's see. Oh, somebody dropped out. Okay, we got Nephilim free. Neph, what's going on, brother? How are you doing? I know you were getting ready to start your stream. I appreciate you having that off coming over here for this extravaganza. How are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good. But John, I just want to ask you something. Did you really just come to my live stream that I started 15 minutes ago, advertise yours to get my viewers to come to yours, and then leave? Did you really just do that? I just can't believe you really did that. You come to my live stream, post that you're about to start one yourself, and then leave. Really?
Okay, if you're going to be... appreciate you starting things off that way, buddy. You weren't even talking. I was in your stream. You weren't talking. There was nothing going on. Okay, whatever. Go have fun with that one, Neff. I guess I only just promoted the hell out of this. I spent money to promote this event, and I figured people might want to do this. There was nobody in your stream. So sorry if you took it like that. That was not my intent, Neff. Whatever. Anyway, so appreciate you doing that, Neff. Guess you had enough energy to come over and do all that. That was fun. Anyway, enough of that little throw off. I'm excited. Anybody who wants to come on in, have a little quick conversation, and we'll do that before things gets kicked off. See, Tape Deck's talking trash. Says LPP posts this everywhere. That does apply just to get views. I'm not sure what that means. Yeah, it's called promo. I've posted this all over the place. I did super chats in the debate for Hovind, and yeah. Anyway, so I guess Neff can just consider himself banned for a while if he's going to be a jackass like that. All right, so Tape Tech, you crack me up, man. You're a clown show. You're a lying sack of crap. Neff hadn't started. I literally said that before he even said a word. Before he had said a word, I had posted that. He wasn't talking. It was dead air. There was literally nobody. I was the only person in the stream. Literally the only person in the stream. I posted that before he started to get him to come over here so he wouldn't miss it. That was actually an invitation to come on over because his stream hadn't even started. I mean, I posted it before he ever said a word. So anyway, and Tape Deck, you know what? You're a clown. You annoy the crap out of me, and let's just go ahead and put you in timeout for a while. If you're gonna be a jackass like you were the other night too, you can go in timeout for a while. Anyway, thanks for dumbasses for ruining what's going to be a fun time. Anyway, we got 30 people. Let's get this thing going, folks. You're gonna have about 20 minutes of actually a little over 20 minutes of sneak peek into my awesome interview with Dr. James Tour. Without further ado, let's get things going.
Hello and welcome to a special event here on Logical, Plausible, Probable. I'm your host, John Maddox, and today I have the incredible privilege of interviewing Dr. James Tour, someone I have admired for quite some time, an individual of astonishing success in the world of synthetic chemistry and nanotechnology, and even more importantly, a man who has had the courage to publicly challenge the status quo in a variety of fronts, regardless of the personal and professional attacks that this has brought upon him. It's kind of amazing, to be honest. The main focus of this interview will be a follow-up to Dr. Tour's amazing 13-episode lecture series on abiogenesis and the origin of life. And we'll be going into a great amount of detail in response to a variety of questions and comments raised by fans, critics, fellow scientists, and even some true haters of the good doctor. I've had the opportunity to watch all of these videos several times, actually, for several of them. And I strongly recommend you take the time out of your day to do so yourself. Because as many people are who are taking the time to do it, you will quickly realize one of the most qualified chemists on the planet has taken time out to explain things to the rest of us. And the value of that is just truly astounding. Now, in just a moment, I will be doing a brief overview of the incredible discoveries and professional credentials Dr. Tour has earned in his distinguished career. But before we get to that, Dr. Tour, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for taking the time to share your knowledge with the rest of us.
Thank you, John. I'm happy to be here and consider this the postscript to the series on abiogenesis.
Well, it should be pretty fun. There's a lot of content. Obviously, we're not going to be able to remotely cover the details, which is why obviously you put the incredible amount of time into the structure of it and the research. But before we kind of move into the substance of why we're having the conversation, I wanted to put to rest some of the, in my opinion, honestly, quite laughable attacks on your personal credibility. It's honestly kind of entertaining. You and I were talking before we got on here about how I came across, learned about you well before you got involved in all of this, and I just wanted to kind of relay to the audience and to the haters some of your accomplishments and focuses in research that they might want to be aware of, where they start running around and saying that you don't know what you're talking about. Now, Dr. Tour's work on carbon materials chemistry is broad and encompasses furline purification composites, conductive inks for RFID tags, carbon nanoreporters for identifying oil downhill. That's amazing. Graphene synthesis from cookies and insects. Amazing. Graphitic electronic devices, carbon particle drug delivery for treatment of traumatic brain injury, the merging of 2D graphene with 1D nanotubes to make a conjoined hybrid material, a new graphene nanotube 2D material called rebar graphene, graphene quantum dots from coal, gas barrier composites, graphene nanoribbon de-icing films, supercapacitors and battery device structures, and water splitting to H2O and O2 using metal, I don't even know how to pronounce this word, chalcinoids?
Chalcogenic. chalcogenides.
Oh man, I'm glad that the PhD also had a hard time pronouncing it. Otherwise, I would have felt bad there. Now, his work in the synthesis of graphene oxide, its mechanism of formation, and its use in capturing radionuclides from water is extensive. And Dr. Tour has developed oxide-based electronic memories that can also be transparent and built onto flexible substrates. And more recently, he has been using porous metal structures to make renewable energy devices, including batteries and supercapacitors, as well as electronic memories. And one of the things that maybe we'll talk about later on is he's very well known for his work on nanocars. Actually won, I believe it was the first contest in this back in 2016, I think it was. They won the nanocar race, which is pretty amazing. He's single molecule vehicles with 4 independently rotating wheels, axes, and light activated motors. Folks, it ran on photons. It's pretty amazing. And Dr. Tour was the first to show that Faringa-based motors can be used to move a molecule on a surface using light as opposed to electric current from an STM tip. Now, all of this has resulted in quite a few different awards, shall we say. He's been inducted into the National Academy of Inventors. He's one of the 50 most influential scientists in the world. Scientist of the Year. I mean, you just look at this list. I'm not doing this just, fluff up the good doctor, but he's earned all of these incredible awards, and I could even list them all. I didn't want to have a bunch of slides here. And all of this has turned into over 700 publications, over 115,000 citations, 45,000 of which are just in the past 5 years. The doctor has over 150 patent families. That's not just individual patents. We're talking about groups of patents. And on top of that, in the past 6 years, you have founded 14 companies and had 2 of them go public, I believe. And enough of my long-winded diatribe. Honestly, doctor, for somebody like myself who's been involved in the world of startups, just that last piece about 14 companies and not 1, but 2 IPOs just blows my mind. And all this while leading up to research in new technologies has with graphene that has the potential to utterly revolutionize a plethora of industries. Can you give us a little insight into how you have managed to pack so much into such a short period of time?
Well, John, I don't know precisely, but I can tell you the grace of God. It's the grace of God. I believe Jesus Christ is the Son of God, and it's His grace that's showered in upon me. And I'm thankful to the many students that I have that are working busily in the lab. And I look back over these 32 years, almost 33 years of being a professor, and it's far more than I thought I'd ever do, and I just have to give thanks to God.
Well, we it really is amazing. I think the more and you understanding the fundamentals well better than I and the majority of the world, I'm sure the significance and the awe and the magnitude of what is necessary for our existence probably strikes you even more than the average person who goes throughout the day not knowing all these underlying necessities for our existence. You ever contemplate that? I know for myself, as I started learning about these things, just walking down the street, looking at the leaves and realizing I'm watching the most amazing solar technology of all time. It blows my mind.
Utterly amazing. I mean, and for people to suggest that we would know how to pull something like this off is just crazy. I mean, you talk about a leaf. A leaf has got a funnel. It funnels photons of light from the sun into the middle of a porphyrin where there's sitting a magnesium atom. And that photon hits that magnesium atom and starts a chain of electron transfers that then are going hundreds of angstroms down these chiral tunnels to start this photosynthesis process so that tree can build itself and convert carbon dioxide into the carbon that it needs to build that tree. This is utterly amazing. And for people to suggest that we understand the origin of life and these things are figured out and all it just takes is a few million years or a few billion years. And that's why I did that whole series. I had to explain the intricacies of organic chemistry and what we're up against here, because the common person just doesn't know it. It's just amazing. And so that's why I took the time to go through that series, which took a long time. But I had to explain really the details of what's going on, because when you get down into the details, it's a whole different ball game.
Yeah, I was reading a book on quantum biology a couple years ago, and they were discussing the quantum coherence, controlled quantum coherence state in photosynthesis that's necessary to basically have no energy loss when those it's being transferred down those pathways you were referring to, and how so many of the physicists claimed, well, that can't be possible because there's no way that could happen at in a wet, warm environment. And then when somebody finally decided to go look, they realized that, oh wait, that actually is the case. And to me, when you really start to contemplate these things, the necessity of experts such as yourself really kind of outlining the nuts and bolts and the bare bones. Like, you weren't even in the lecture series, as people will find out if they go and watch it, you weren't even getting into the complexities that are necessary in a biological system further up the food chain. You were talking about the nuts and bolts.
I was just staying on the pre-biology level, and I was talking about what needs to be done. And it's just staggering. You get up into the biological level, and this whole series, this video that I did on chiral-induced spin selectivity. I mean, when you match the spin of an electron to the chiral structure of the pathway that it's going through, then you get this enormous transfer with very, very little energy loss. This is how it's done. I mean, we didn't even know this until a few years ago. And there's so many other things that we're going to learn that we have yet to learn about the complexity of a living system. And so to say that we've got a cell, even a single cell, figured out is just I had to have people see from my perspective.
Quick question about that. While I have you, with the chiral-induced spin selectivity, you had mentioned, I forget where it was, you had talked about, this concept hadn't even been considered until about 20 years ago. So I was doing some searching, and I don't doubt for a second that it was around that time frame that the premise was first put forth. But I wasn't able to really find any publications on it. And the earliest one I think I found was like 2012. And then I've seen a bunch that popped up in the last like 3 or 4 years, most of them from like 2018 on. So is it kind of one of those, this might be in the, say 15, 20 years ago, is it kind of a, hey, this might be what's happening sort of thing, and it's taken until now for there to be real like substance to the discovery?
Yes, it was probably about 20 years ago when it was conceived, and about 10 years ago when people really started, just a couple of people really started researching this, and now it's getting a lot more traction, because what it would allow us to do if we could capitalize on this is really increase the yields of our organic reactions. And this explains why biological systems can do things with the very, very high yields that they get. We were trying to do this all with sterics and van der Waals interactions. This is the fitting of molecules together, without realizing what was happening where we had to, where we could align the spin with a certain chiral environment. Just beginning to learn about this, but people are taking note. Yeah, this is brand new. I'm telling you, very few chemists even know this, and like 0 biologists know about this. And that video probably enlightened a lot of people. A lot of scientists wrote to me that, wow, we didn't even know about this. That's the beauty of YouTube, because scientists have a lot of other things to read. So people publish papers, they don't generally read it. But you get it out on a YouTube video and they're like, wow, I got to look into that a little bit more.
Well, I mean, the significance of it obviously has, I would assume your peers, at least chemists, probably, once you told them about it and the fundamental properties of it, I'm assuming that their expertise probably enabled them to extrapolate out the potential very rapidly in their own minds. They're like, oh my goodness, this could be a potential game changer. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, the organic chemists are like, whoa, we had no idea. That's how this thing is pulled off in living systems. That's how it's done. And this is an awakening to them.
Now, I know later on I'm planning on asking you some more questions, and we're going to address some comments from folks about the chirality issues and such. But I was just blown away that even after you talked about, you had your episode on the the homochirality problem, just from a fundamental chemistry perspective. Then you talked about chiral-induced spin selectivity and its significance. And then I had, just to say, people focused in biology interact with me personally, claiming that the chirality problem, A, was solved and B, wasn't that big of a deal in the first place. And that, oh, we could have, you know, racemic mixtures and all this kind of stuff. It's no big deal. That can be solved later. And I'm just, what's your response to that? Just on a surface level, what's your kind of response to that? Is that somebody's living in kind of a uninformed state? They're in denial? Like, what would your initial reaction to be if somebody told you, which I'm sure you've been told this many times, but somebody just said, hey, it's not that big a deal. What would you respond? How would you respond to that?
I tell them they're wrong. They're just wrong. They know very little about the alignments that are necessary for so many of these templating reactions when it goes from DNA to RNA and RNA to the structural proteins. You can't do this with racemic mixtures. These have got to be homochiral compounds all along the way. And then when you put on top of that the requirements of the energy involved, you've got to have it. And that's what I talked about in the chiral-induced spin selectivity. So I think if they just watch the chiral-induced spin selectivity video, they begin to see that they're real rookies.
No, that makes sense for sure. Now, you know, one of the things you talked about, I think it was in episode 3 or 4. You talked about the hype problem that's been going on in the OOL research community, maybe in the papers, but definitely by the media. And you kind of talked about how it's time for hey, folks, we need to have a gut check on this whole thing. So, but you've known this for a while. So what was it that really inspired you to say, okay, kind of to quote good old Jean-Luc Picard in one of the old movies, this far, no farther, the line must be drawn here. You know, you had to step away from and, you know, focus a lot of time on putting all this together. So like, what was the kind of the catalyst that finally put the pedal to the metal?
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting story. Why did I even enter this fray? I mean, why do it? I work on a lot of other things. I didn't have to work on Origin of Life. And I had started seeing some talks related to Origin of Life. And somebody challenged me to write an article of the things that really bothered me about this. And so to write an article on it, which I did for the journal Inference, and you have to read some papers. And as I read the papers, I was utterly shocked at how little we really know about life's origin and the experiments that were done. You know, so few people can get into the details of an experiment because you really need to be trained as a chemist to read the supplemental. And when I went back to the supplemental procedures, the things that are published only online, the things that you have to click on, you have to have subscriptions to these journals to get into them, you see that all the problems that are there in these syntheses and how this would never work on an early Earth. So then it became easy to write papers and expose this. And then I'd read the comments that the authors themselves would make in their extrapolations of what they said they could do. And I'm not talking about really good synthetic chemists, not just the things that they were quoted in saying to the press, but the things actually in their research articles that the editors let them put in there, that the reviewers let them put in there. So you know, and then I exposed it and people started doubting me. And so I exposed more and people started, so I exposed more. And finally, to the point where it hit YouTube. And then I had to do a YouTube rebuttal because of people saying that I got this all wrong. So anyway, you had just shown one of these articles that I wrote for the journal Inference. And that was one of the articles that I did. So if you just Google James Tour Inference, it is a free online journal, and I think I've written about 5 articles on Origin of Life. There's one more coming out very soon where I'm critiquing a particular article that came out in December, and just showing some of the things that these researchers actually say, and then exposing that. Yeah, and so there's some of the articles that they've written on Origin of Life, and And then I think a fifth one is coming out very soon.
I think there's actually one. I think you already have 5. This
Okay.
when I screenshotted this, there was the one I was reading, and then these were more by the author at the bottom. I think you have 5 already.
Okay.
And folks, I'll put a link to these in the description of the video. And I have personally read these, folks, and Dr. Tor does a great job of talking at a high level as well as dumbing it down for the rest of us to be able to understand like the real problems. He's both calling it out from a scientific perspective and then being like, hey, here's why this doesn't make any sense. And I read your first, I think your first one was what, 2016, I believe. Was your first one. I've read those, and it's pretty interesting to me reading through those, especially now that I've become much more involved in the YouTube debate environment over a lot of these topics. I've been fascinated to hear talking points from people who are in favor of all these things that I know beyond doubt you have annihilated just in those articles. And then simultaneously, I hear from folks that, well, Dr. Tor has never published an article in Origin of Life research, therefore, he doesn't know what he's talking about. And I get so much entertainment over it because I'm like, well, obviously you haven't used Google. It takes about 30 seconds to find this. It'll take you longer to read it and way longer to understand it. But you can find things that you have addressed going back then. And now people are, especially now with your video series, people are acting like this is your first time in the ring, and that you've never actually looked at this on anything other than the surface level. Have you been getting that same kind of jab sent to you?
Well, from the beginning. I mean, people say, well, you know, most of the people who say this are the untrained. It's not the trained that say this. It's not the trained people that question my ability to read the papers in Origin of Life and critique them. Because they know as a synthetic chemist, I can look at the experimentals and understand them. So it's generally the untrained that will say, oh, well, you haven't published in Origin of Life. Now, to be fair, that journal Inference, although there is a very strong editorial board, it is not peer reviewed, meaning that it is not reviewed by other Origin, it is not sent out to Origin of Life researchers to do critiques on it. And so there's several things on that. Number one, when you are coming against an entire area, like I am, talking about the fallacies that are put forth, it's not easy to get that through the people that work in that very area. That's what you have to do to get it through the quote unquote peers. They have to say, yeah, this is worth publishing. It's number one. Number two, I'm quite able to critique these sorts of things because I'm asked to critique things all the time in areas that I haven't specifically worked in. That's what we do.
Quick interjection on that, Dr. Tor. If I'm correct, you have been a reviewer for formal journals in your career. Is that correct?
That is like saying, John, you have consumed water in your lifetime. Is that not correct? I mean, I get probably, because I've published a lot, I get probably 10 requests from editors a day to review articles for their journals, and I have to turn down most of them, or I wouldn't have a life. And
so would this kind of be like an analogy I kind of draw from this is like the athlete or the up and coming athlete telling the multiple gold medal winning person who's now the judge that they don't understand how XYZ works. Is that kind of a fair?
Yeah, that'd be a fair assessment. So, but my point is, we're asked to review things on papers that we may not have worked in that specific area, but they know that we're able to critique the science there. So in other words, if a person has not run, this is probably for the trained chemist, if a person has not run a palladium catalyzed cross-coupling reaction, does that mean you cannot evaluate a synthesis that involves a palladium catalyzed cross-coupling reaction? Certainly you can. If you've never made a saccharide and run an NMR, would that mean that you can't assess the NMR of a saccharide? Of course not. We review papers generally. I teach from a textbook. I've taught from undergraduate textbooks for over 30 years. And there's hundreds and hundreds of reactions in there, many of which I've never run. But I can teach the reactions because they make chemical sense and I can teach how they work. This is how we do it. The good thing about it is that I don't work in the origin of life, so I have no horse in this race. It's not going to affect my funding directly. You think people who work in the area of origin of life can say negative things about the area of origin of life and still expect their colleagues to approve their proposals to get funded?
Is it necessary to propose an alternative view to our current understanding of abiogenesis to show that an understanding of abiogenesis doesn't work? Like, the reason I'm asking that question is very often people say, oh, well, unless you put forth a entire model to explain it, you can't claim that abiogenesis is, not possible or implausible or improbable because you haven't put forth another model.
Right.
In your area, as a scientist, as a researcher, would somebody actually, if somebody said that, like, oh, well, you can't claim that this reaction can't happen because you haven't figured out how it could happen, is that, would anybody take that seriously? I'm talking about on the chemistry level.
Not in my world. So what we teach our students is that if you want to show the mechanism, you don't have to come up with a new mechanism to shoot down an existing mechanism. If the facts don't hold up for that existing mechanism, boom, you dismiss that mechanism. Doesn't work. They don't say, hey, no, you can't dismiss that until you come up with an alternative. Not at all. That's not the way that we teach science. So just because I don't have an answer for abiogenesis does not mean that I can't take down the hypotheses that are there, the suggestions that are there. I mean, if the facts are not fitting the hypothesis, then we just yank that thing down. So in my world, this is the way we teach students how to do science, actually.
And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. There's the sneak peek into my interview with Dr. James Tour. Just that portion of the interview goes on. We talked for another, I think, about 2 hours, and then got into more detail. Then we went through different types of comments for about 3 hours. People that had responded to his lecture series, and went through literally hundreds. I think it was like 160 something comments that we went through and discussed, and he responded, and there was actually several that he responded in great amount of detail. Anyway, it was a very interesting encounter with the good doctor. I enjoyed it very much, and you are not going to want to miss it. It's quite an insight into a very interesting individual who's been blessed by God with an incredible mind and been able to discover so many things. Right after this, he and I got into a incredible discussion about graphene, what he's done, what his group is, the paradigm shift they've created, possibility for paradigm shift that they've created for the entire world, and some of the things. I mean, getting into actually being able to help people with severed spinal cords walk again. I mean, it's absolutely amazing stuff what they're doing, and you definitely will not want to miss it. Now, for people who want to join, let's get into it. Link is pinned. I will post the link to join the discussion in chat again here in just a second. And so earlier today, there was right before this, there was the Hovind versus Bitterman debate. So this kind of after show kicks in here. So everybody wants to join, come on into the stream. I'm kind of surprised. I was expecting, people to be trying to join here to get here and talk. But it's Saturday night. Figured have some open discussion about all this. I'm not sure where everybody's at, but hopefully folks will get in here and join the conversation. It's should be a good time. I'm going to take a quick break for 1 second. I got to get something to drink. I've had a crazy day. I need some water. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back, everybody. So, I guess if people don't want to join for an open mic discussion to review all this, I guess we can do some one-on-one interactions. People seem to like that the other day when Ken introduced that over a couple days in a row. So we can either do open discussion and we can do some one-on-ones. Let people know. I got the clock ready if you want to join in for a 10 minutes of personal dialogue and discussion. I want to share your thoughts about what you just watched, the sneak peek, or get into open discussion. Should be a fun time. I thought the debate with Hovind and Bitterman was kind of interesting. It was intriguing how they were going back and forth about the whole variable speed of light and issues with how that applies to the time problem and how old. It's interesting how all those things go. There's so many different concepts. It really fascinates me how people act with such, operate with such extreme confidence that all this is solved. There's absolutely nothing that has to be accounted for in cosmology. Let's see who we got over here. Let's get some shout outs. We got Luca. We got Hate Love Nothing. Nicholas is here. We got CJ. God is Nowhere. Christian Northman's here. Pigs Can Fly. Mitchell. Appreciate the super chat earlier, Mitchell. And a couple of them, actually. Oh, y'all are all waiting. Andrew Kaufman's here. Linguistes arrived. What's going on, everybody? Graham, appreciate you coming by. Honesty Angel, of course, he was giving me a hard time. I said I needed to fix my hair, even though I've been shaving my head, which is kind of mean. I'm still pretty hurt about that, Honesty Angel. Sam, Redefined Living's here. Praise, I think Praise has got a stream. It's going to be starting up here pretty soon. And who is this Kanye West guy? Is this another troll? And I bet Tor gets tortured by his fellow scientific community. Is it positive or negative here? Amoeba Microbiological is here. What's going on? How are you? Good to see you. All right. Well, I guess it's amazing. There's 37 people in the side chat. All right, here we got one. All right. Well, I guess that's amazing. Nicholas, you got your audio still going, buddy? I'll put you on mute.
Oh. Sorry about that. I forgot to mute my live stream. Hello.
That's all good. Man, how are you doing? We're getting
I'm good. Oh, really? Maybe my audio's just... Oh, my audio's turned up like twice as loud as normal. Is that better?
Let's see. Yeah, still getting a little bit of an echo.
Yeah, let me check one more audio setting. I might have it turned up extra loud. Here, just give me a second. I'll be right back.
All right. Well, we'll see how that... hopefully, Nicholas will be able to fix his audio problem there. That would be nice. We can have some good conversation. But folks, link is pinned. Link is pinned. We're still getting that echo, but go ahead,
yeah,
Nicholas.
Well, my normal microphone setting menu doesn't even exist here, so I have no idea what's going on right now.
Well, that's all right. Why don't you go ahead and air your thoughts, and we'll get things going.
Okay, well, I was just thinking about with Dr. Tour. I don't understand why they think he's not qualified to critique biochemistry, considering that he is in the field of biosynthetic nanomachines. And I don't know of anyone who is in origin of life research who has ever done anything that actually resembles assembling life as closely as that does, you know? Not that that's really that close to anything like assembling life, but it's way closer than like your little bags of liquid water with some provided biomolecules, right? And it's literally just like getting stuff stuck in bubbles, and that's nothing compared to what Tour's done. So I don't know why they're way less qualified than Tour is. I mean, am I missing something here, or do you agree?
Oh, I mean, I would agree. I mean, that's something that I found very interesting as I was listening to Wannabe Dave's response videos. It seemed to go over his head completely. Was his supposed counters, the majority of them, were in reference to things that are biologically relevant, but not prebiotically relevant. Or were using components that were derived from or not derived from a prebiotic context, right? And there was multiple instances where he makes this whole argument, talks mad trash, claims Dr. Tor didn't know what he was talking about, was wrong. Let me quote this paper. And it's like, dude, what you read literally makes your whole point irrelevant in terms of your counter. You're like 14 layers above where Dr. Tor was talking about. All your stuff, all the things that he was talking about make your argument completely irrelevant to the macro picture. And it was amazing. Like I think it was in his second video. He gets I forget the German guy's name, is Christian something or other. Plays a little clip and then he presents it as, oh, this explanation for, you know, why you don't need XYZ, right? I went and watched the whole video from that guy, and he put a link to it in the description, all this kind of stuff. I watched the whole video. Right past where the clip that Wannabe Dave plays, the dude talks about how they get a commercially synthesized polypeptide in order to pull off their experiment. I'm like, dude, are you an idiot or are you being disingenuous? Like, I don't know which one's more probable in this context. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I don't remember the details of Dave's rebuttal video. It's been a long time now, but it was just absurd how clueless he was. And it is kind of funny how there is real science, you know, there's engineering, there's physics, there's like actual biological studies such as zoology and what exactly do they call it when it's plants? Botany, yes, thank you. And there's medicine, you know. And the thing is like, for instance, in technology, like you test whether or not the device works and then you have to fix it. And that's science, right? You're testing, you're observing, you're reiterating, you're doing another test, and the repeatability of the testing. And in medicine, they don't really have it down as precisely, but generally it's still the same process. But when it comes to evolution, the theory is so far detached from any observation or test, it's just absolutely unjustified. And we actually do have a lot of testing in regards to abiogenesis. We've done a lot with chemicals. We observe chemicals all the time, whether it's out in nature or in the lab or in like industries or even just in the household, right? And in all of our testing and observations of chemicals, there's no indication that they can self-complexify, that they can self-arrange into systems of increasing complexity. We actually have enough science to know that that's impossible. And so it's not that scientifically abiogenesis is not proven. Scientifically, it's obviously impossible.
Well, when you get in, I mean, there's some of the stuff with the autocatalysis that things can in a certain context get more complicated, but not even remotely similar in relation to what we're talking about in terms of biological systems. I mean, it's not even in the same stratosphere. It's like, oh, you're comparing Legos, oh yeah, a couple Legos got put together, and then you're saying like, oh yeah, that's the equivalent of, a SpaceX rocket. Like, oh yeah, totally reasonable, because those pieces of those Legos can be put together, because there's some extra magnets that help to like hold them in place. Oh yeah, that means that SpaceX rockets can create themselves. I mean, that's kind of and who knows? I mean, the biological complexity may be even greater than that. It's honestly getting kind of so far out there. And the more that we learn, I don't even know how to. I have a hard time taking some of these guys seriously. And the stuff like with Lee Cronin talking a big game in his interview with the clips that Dave used to supposedly bash Dr. Tour. I mean, I don't know if those in the audience, and Nick, I don't know if you saw the stream I had the other night, and like Dr. Gart joined us and was talking about it, and he's like, one of the only people in Origin of Life who still thinks that autocatalysis is the answer for abiogenesis is Lee Cronin. He's like, everybody else has abandoned it. Still got a few people that continue to cling to the strings, man.
Yeah, and I don't know the ins and outs of like what Lee Cronin's doing. I mean, I know he hasn't gotten anywhere with it yet, but when I learned about what other people are doing, which is just straight up fraud, like, that really ticked me off. Like, because what Lee Cronin does, he hasn't gotten anywhere, but it's not fraud, like these people who are literally putting lipids and water and proteins and amino acids and stuff together and stirring it, and then if some of it gets stuck in a bubble of lipids, they're calling that a protocell. That is fraud.
Well, in some instances, yes. In others, like, they've just attempted. There's been so many attempts to like redefine what life is, and because of the adamant belief that, oh yeah, no, these things can create themselves, right? Then I think from a lot of times from their perspective, oh well, if we can create any kind of lipid, because we know beyond all doubt that more complex ones can create themselves. Whether they can or cannot is not the point. They believe that they can. Therefore, it's totally reasonable to take that extrapolation of like, oh, this is the starting point. Even though in any other context, it would not be considered remotely plausible or a coherent position to be taking. It's very bizarre. Oh man! Oh, okay. Looks like Frank has joined us. What's going on, Frank? How are you?
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yep. Welcome to the stream. What are your thoughts?
Well, I have a question for you later on. I just want to say I thought the Ken Hovind debate went pretty well. I'm not a big fan of Ken Hovind personally, but I think like you need to bring more to the table than just Starlight in order to disprove what Ken Hovind was espousing.
Yeah, I would have to agree with that. I mean, it was definitely, kind of an all-in moment for him. Like, either if there's any question to the distant starlight problem, then his entire position's kind of collapsed. And that's the thing that really gets me, of like, so many of the things in the conventional paradigms of science right now are taken with such incredible levels of dogma in the way they are expressed in these kinds of conversations. Well, and just in general, of like, thou shalt not question whether standard talking point is true, false, or maybe somewhere in the middle, and it really amazes me. Like all of the, oh, if you believe in God, then all you do is argue from ignorance. And irony of ironies, you don't want science to continue if you think that there is a creator, while simultaneously telling you, do not question anything that you're told. I find it truly bizarre.
Hey, LPP, you mind if I ask you a question real quick?
Yeah, good.
Are you? I know you debated Tom Jump before. Are you willing to debate him again?
It would depend on what the topic is. I mean, I've debated him twice.
Right. Well, I'm on his Discord and I'm a mod there. And we're just trying to grow the channel, trying to get more Christian debaters to come in and debate topics. We have a couple atheist debaters in there already. And if you ever want to debate like a topic against Tom, you're more than welcome to come into the Discord and we could set something up, whatever topic you want to pick, whatever date. And you just let me know. If you have a Discord, you can add me. It's my same name, Frank72. So
Yeah, I have Discord, but I hardly ever go in there. To be honest, my experiences in Discord, I have not enjoyed them whatsoever. There's like a bunch of like the predominant level of dickishness that is Discord I find it kind of annoying, to be honest.
I totally agree. It all depends on the channel you're on, and the conversation that's going on. Sometimes it can be enlightening. Sometimes it can be extremely infuriating. So it all depends.
I mean, I'm not saying there aren't good conversations that occur. Of course there are. But it's kind of like in general, it's like, I feel like people's general civility and, I mean, as we all know, like people are jackasses online in general. And then on YouTube, they're pretty bad. And then you go into Discord, and it's like you went from the bar, like the hole in the wall bar on YouTube, to like some kind of underground Fight Club style, back alley speakeasy type deal, but not a nice speakeasy, And I'm like, man, this is ridiculous. And my last couple interactions, I've just been like, what is going on here? This is bizarre. But I'll contemplate. Like I said, my interactions with T-Jump, I did not enjoy them. I'll put you that way. In my debates with him, he was, I didn't enjoy it at all. Richard, what's up, man? Welcome to the stream. How are you?
Well, I'm just
Peace
letting
and
you know.
respect to everybody.
Did you watch the debate tonight, or were you what brought you in?
Oh, just love talking about God and stuff, and I know you're into genetics, so thought I'd bring up something an idea I've been kind of toying around with.
Okay, what's that?
I got to say it's not very well developed, and maybe your thoughts on this matter would help me develop it, which is why I came in to bounce this off you.
Right.
In the idea, I'm just gonna right now as kind of an off the cuff. Like I say, it's not perfected in any way. I'm going to call it a nutritionally viable biodome, referring to this planet. In the idea of creation, you need everything to be working together, and even in some ways interconnected across oceans. You need these land masses to work. You need the biodome to work. If you're going to say have a purposefully designed environment, and see what you think about this. If it's true that my genetics decide what kind of creature I am, and all of my chemical makeup, all my nutritional needs as well. I have to eat things that I can digest and that I can turn into usable forms, based on my genetics. So then wouldn't it be true that if whatever genetics I have, all of my food sources would have to be genetically similar. They couldn't be completely different.
Yep.
So,
that's actually interesting about it. That's something that's recognized, is that if we didn't share the same genetics in terms of like the structure and everything, then we wouldn't be able to eat things. We'd die. So continue.
Right. For instance, I can't live off of the woody fibers of a pine tree. They're just too dissimilar from me. Okay, so when I hear about these genetic similarities between animals, I think, well, what else would God do? So I'm just putting that out there just to see what other brains say about it.
Well, no, I mean, I agree with you on that completely. I mean, it's to be honest, it's kind of a no-brainer. I mean,
oh, thanks. I've been working hard at this.
No. I don't mean. I mean, from a conceptual perspective, in terms of does this make sense that if there is a creator, then this would be the logical conclusion. And it's like, well, yeah, of course it is. It's like just like there's a universal code, therefore there is no designer. I'm like, what? To me, that's just so dumb. And honestly, like for anybody who's ever been involved in any kind of software, right? The software development, usually devs are going to, they might know multiple languages, and many of them do. They're full stack developers and all that kind of stuff. But almost all of them have a favorite, right? And there's one that they think is the best, and they'll argue with their fellow developers over like which one's the like. No, Ruby's better. No, it's not. No, it's Pete. And they go back on this whole back and forth, right? And to me, when you contemplate all this stuff, obviously, since what's required for life is exponentially, not even the same stratosphere from a complexity perspective of what we do.
Right.
It only makes sense. Like, of course, I would use the same one. Number one, number two, the things like you're talking about, like, hey, you got to be able to eat, like use the different components, and then why would I reinvent things? Like it's a whole other thing. Like, why wouldn't you do this? This whole premise that if it was a designer, therefore they would have made it stupidly complicated.
Mm-hmm.
This makes no sense to me. I mean, and then from a macro view, if you've taken into account that you're humans, us are going to be smart enough to like learn about these things, since we can barely comprehend it, we would have absolutely no idea if we didn't have other organisms to like look and figure out that are more simple than us. How would we ever be able to, like, let's say that all these things that we experiment on and we utilize to discover, how proteins work and all this kind of stuff, let's say they operated totally different than us. How would we learn anything short of doing experiments on ourselves? Not true. Really viable. It's puts things in a whole other context. We got Redefined Living. What's up, Sam? How are you doing, man? Welcome to the stream.
Hey, good, doing good. Thank you. Yeah.
What brings you in? What are your thoughts?
Well, first of all, just want to remind everyone that it's Mother's Day tomorrow. So if you haven't got that gift for the mothers in your life, then you're really slacking. Yes. But
yeah, it's a very good point. Very good point. Richard, you got something you were wanting to follow up real quick before we?
Yes,
Sam
yes, I did. Before we move on from that, here I am struggling with something that I received from prayer. I didn't do any research. That just came to me from prayer one day. Is there some keywords or a name for this, or there's got to be some kind of labels for this? I could look into it and see if I even need to pray about it anymore.
Which this idea of portion of it?
This idea that within a creation model, you'd have to have digestibility and genetic similarities between certain creatures, plants, etc. Is there a name for that? Or maybe you could just give me some keywords to look into or anything.
I'm trying to think of that. You know who you need to ask this question to, and unfortunately he's dealing with the loss of his mother right now, is Salvador Cordova, because he and I actually had a conversation about this exact topic like 6 months ago. And I know he has a whole bunch of research on exactly what we're talking about.
Okay. I'm just going to write down his name for now and try to look into it later. Give the guy a break.
Yeah, I will try and think of it. I'm actually dealing with. I'm very tired at the moment. Actually, my brain's not working at a high level. Otherwise, I'll be able to dredge up some of those points. But I know that because I know that Sal and I we talked about this exact concept. And
okay. Can you give me spelling on that last name, please?
Cordova. Sal Cordova. Okay, he's the Evidence and Reasons channel. That's Sal.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate it a lot. Thanks.
No problem, man. Absolutely. No, it's a very interesting concept. It's that whole deal of like earlier today, Atheist Junior. Who, man, that guy. Good Lord, that dude has some serious little man anger issues. I won't even get into that whole deal, but when they were going on this whole him and his little buddy were going on this whole tangent about like, man, there's no reason for like all these duplicates and in the genome and like copies of things and stuff, and it's like, bro,
why would you reinvent a wheel that works?
Well, there's that, and then there's stuff like, and I've talked about this in my debate with my first debate with Erica. We went into this whole deal of like, because one of the key talking points from the Evo atheists is like, there's duplications in your genome, therefore there couldn't be a designer, right? And it's like, yeah. So there's this whole thing called the content delivery network. It is a very well-established premise in technology and information systems, communication. It's to be more efficient, you flaming dumbasses. It enables you to more rapidly transmit information and execute function. Better, faster, stronger. Hello. Since different cell types use different portions of the chromosomes, and different chromosomes entirely in some cases, it would make sense to have different protein sequences that are going to be utilized, have them in different locations that are more relevant to the overall macro level function of that particular cell type, rather than having to all go to the single copy that's over here when everything else that they need is right here. Or, hey, this cell type doesn't use all these other functions. Hey, let's leave them there anyway and make you have to go through them in order to get access to the ones you actually need in this particular cell type. I mean, like, to me,
oddly enough, I own more than one Phillips screwdriver.
I know, right? I think about this all the time of like, it's such basic logic. Like, why do you have lug nuts that are different sizes? I mean, like, hello, folks, this is very basic engineering. And
cars are not designed because wheels have multiple lug nuts on them. Good point.
Yeah.
Is the echo down at all, John?
Yeah, echo's good. Echo's good. Sam, you were saying something when before we finished up with.
No,
I'm sorry about that, Sam.
No,
Yeah,
you're good.
no problem.
We were talking.
No problem. But no, I kind of just wanted to touch on the starlight. There's two explanations for that, and one of them is Dr. Russell Humphreys. He's got his time dilation model, and it gets tricky, and I'm not sure that I fully understand his model. But basically, if you were going to load up a cannon, right, and let's say that you put our local solar system in that cannon first, and then packed in a bunch of the other galaxies, when that cannon fires off, the things that came out first would enter time first, and that clock would start. And the Earth, our local solar system, would come out last. So when we look out into the cosmos and we see things that have this illusion of age, it could be because of time dilation. And we know that time dilation is actually a thing because of atomic clocks. We have one atomic clock at sea level, and we have another one, I believe it's up in the mountains of Colorado, and they are fully accurate, but the one at the higher altitude we have to recalibrate them, I think, every year. They're off just a fraction of a second, and it's because of the altitude. So time dilation is a thing. So he explains the starlight like that, and then there's also another explanation, and it's actually allowed by Einstein, and it has to do with the way. Okay, we don't know the one-way speed of light. We only know the two-way, the round-trip speed of light. So the convention that we use is the isotropic light convention. It's basically an agreed-upon convention saying, hey, we know the round trip. We'll just agree that it's 50% in each direction. However, Einstein also allows for the anisotropic synchronicity convention, and that under that convention, light can travel, let's say, 75% of this time in one direction and 25% back, or even instant in one direction, or 99% in one direction and 1% back. And it's kind of hard to wrap your head around, but light does quantum weird things, especially when you're stretching out space-time. So that would also explain. So according to that, the anisotropic synchronicity convention, I guess you would say that you're actually seeing these stars in real time. So the light is coming here almost instantly, but it would be traveling back much slower, as opposed to Dr. Russell Humphreys, which would say that, today those galaxies are much older than they appear. We're just seeing the light that is here now, the light that was stretched out. So those are two answers for that light problem. It's not a problem. And they have a similar problem, actually, according to their model, because when they determined that the cosmos was, I think, 13.6 billion years old, well, now we look out there and we can see that there's 65 billion light. We can measure light years. The cosmos, I believe, is like 65 billion light years across. So they have to explain how light got within those regions also, according to the Big Bang model. When the heavens were expanding out, the stars hadn't formed yet. So the stars are slowly supposed to form, and then that light begins to travel. So they have a huge light problem also. I just wanted to point that out.
No, that's good. That's good stuff. I mean, you're right. There's multiple issues with it, and there's still, there's things that are being published on that concept. Different. It seems to me like every decade somebody comes out with a paper of like, okay, so when are we going to address the light problem? And not just from I don't mean from the perspective you're putting forth. I'm talking just in general. Like, hey, we got to look at this stuff because we actually haven't solved everything. And a lot of people like to gloss over it and don't want to actually address those issues, especially out in the common area in terms of YouTube debates and such. It's like, no, this is 100% solved. It's like, well, actually not on either side.
Well, yeah, and if they're using the isotropic convention, then it's a problem for both camps, right? Which means that it's neutral to the debate. So he wasted a lot of time on something that is not really relevant to the debate. And if they say, okay, well, since that doesn't work, we'll use the anisotropic synchronicity convention, then it's not a problem, and he still wasted a bunch of time in the debate. So either way, I just think that it's a waste of time.
Yeah, to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if there's some sort of hybrid problem in terms of like what is the actual reality of how everything works, and especially in like the time dilation. Like, because you're right, like we know time dilates, we know that speed change. I mean, there's so many different aspects of that. I mean, there's altitude. I mean, there's just a plethora of. I mean, good grief, the clock on the ground versus the one in a plane is measurable time differentiation. Not just like the altitude point you were making about affects it, as well as the speed at the altitude. I mean, come on. We know that even though there's degradation, biological overall biological degradation. People out on the space station are aging slower. I mean, so there's so many things that we have no idea on yet, or have theories on, or hypotheses about, but haven't solved. So
Yeah, and that's another great point too, because they're from the secular camp. They can't know anything as a fact. They deal with conclusions, not facts. So they don't have something that's, I guess, like an objective fact that they can argue from. It could be that they discovered something today that they'll learn about tomorrow that just refutes his whole point. And that could have been the light thing that he spent so much time about, which again it's already not an issue. But I'm just saying, like, that camp argues from a position that only deals with conclusions, and they argue for these conclusions as if they are facts.
That's very true. There's very strong assertions. What was I was joking about a few minutes ago about the level of dogma in terms of the conventional paradigms. It's quite fascinating. What's up, Rob? How you doing, man? Welcome to the stream.
Yeah, I'm doing all right. It's Mother's Day at the moment, so just celebrated and just kicking back with a beer.
Nice. Did you watch the debate, or what's bringing you into the stream?
No, I just started on YouTube and I saw you were live.
Right on, yeah.
So I just joined in. I don't know what debate you're talking about.
Yeah, there was a Age of the Universe debate over an MDD, and then I started up this stream. They're just doing an after show, and then I was using this as an opportunity to do a little sneak peek into my interview with Dr. Tour about origin of life research.
Yeah. Hey,
Yeah,
LPP,
Jim chose a nice one. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Who's James Tour? I'm sorry. I just don't know.
So James Tour is he is one of the top 10 most cited chemists on the planet. He was voted one of the 50 most influential minds in the world. Incredible man. It's like the list of things he's accomplished is rather long, but
he's done a lot of technology, so it's not all theoretical. And last I checked, John, he's been cited 117,000 times.
Yeah, 46,000 of them just in the last 5 years. It's his H index is 161. It's like, and to put that in context for those who don't know, like that's H index is, it's like how much you're getting quoted, cited, all this kind of stuff. But like, it's basically, how good are you? How well respected are you? Like in terms of academia. And basically if you're at 80, you have an H index of 80, you're like cream of the crop, considered bad to the bone, right? You're the man if you're at 80, and he's at 160 in terms of his H index. And anyway, very long story short, he decided 5 or 6 years ago, actually it might be longer than that now, he decided to kind of start looking into a lot of the origin of life research and stuff that's coming out. And because I mean, he reviews articles and papers on a regular basis. He was in our interview, we actually talked about it, and he was joking about how, like, it's kind of funny because a lot of these people say that he's not qualified to even look at this kind of stuff. And it's like, I asked him, like, so don't you review papers all the time? He's like, yes. I get requests for me to be the reviewer of papers before they get published about 10 times a day. Like a day, people send him their papers trying to get him to review them because of his standing. And then we've got idiots on YouTube running around claiming that he doesn't understand the chemistry. And anyway, Professor Dave Explains last year, I think it was last September, out of nowhere did this video, and I mean, it was pretty much a hit piece on him, and got viewed like 300,000 times, something like that. And anyway, Dr. Tour used it as a catalyst to do it was 14 episode series, like diving into the organic chemistry necessities for like just the basics of life, like in terms of like abiogenesis research. And Of course, a lot of people on YouTube have been talking trash. Well, a couple days ago, Wednesday, anyway, well, about 2 weeks ago, I had the opportunity to interview him, and we spent the whole day talking, and there's like 6 hours of content. But this past Wednesday, we're going to roll out the interview next week. But then this past Wednesday, Dave rolled out part 1 of his response to the response, and then on Friday was part 2. And good night, it's incredible. Like the level of vitriol and attacks on the man are stunning. I mean, quite stunning. I honestly don't think that wannabe Dave spoke with his attorney before releasing that video. I mean, if Dr. Tour was a jerk, he could sue him for slander and win with his eyes closed. I mean, hands tied behind the back. I mean, the idiot actually like admits the malice. It's really amazing. Anyway,
and the video you released this morning, I guess it was. I really enjoyed that.
No, we're not. Which one?
Dr. Tour inviting Dave to have a one-on-one talk with him, and he was just so gracious about it too.
Yeah. It's kind of funny. Like we did that before. It was before all these attack videos came out, or the second round of attack videos came out. And it's like, yeah, we'll see what happens.
But what do you mean, a second round of attack videos? Has Dave attacked Tour again?
Are you unaware of this?
Apparently, I am. Yeah, I don't.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah,
I don't follow Dave.
So this past Wednesday, Dave unveiled his second attack video. So
I'm sorry, but that's just so moronic. It went so bad for him the first time. He's doubling down. Like, it's this whole leftist like spirit where it's like, no matter how wrong you are, you just double down. And it's like, as long as some people believe you, you're happy with that. I mean, man, sorry, go on.
But yeah, so that, and then on Friday, he released part 2 of his attack video. So he released like 2 hours of attacks on Dr. Tour. And he got a couple of scientists to support his position. And what's pretty funny is that the way they came at it didn't actually address the points that Dr. Tour was making, which was fascinating to me. But all of these, he cites all these papers, and he just didn't know what he's talking about on X, Y, and Z. And it's like, if you actually go and look at them, it's like, bro, these things that you're claiming annihilated Dr. Tour's positions don't actually annihilate Dr. Tour's positions. Like, oh, cool. Congratulations. You read the abstract and didn't actually dive into the paper, or you read this little portion of it and didn't keep going and realized that at the end of it, they don't actually have the substance that was their objective. And it's admitted down here, it was pretty interesting.
Hey, John, it just struck me that there's a pretty good chance that Professor Dave, quote unquote, may be misquoting some papers that Dr. Tour actually peer reviewed.
That would be funny.
It's entirely possible. I mean, but the funny thing was, like, one of them I've been cracking up about. So he goes off on this whole tangent about how homochirality problem is solved. And he quotes 2 papers by Donna Blackman, one from 2007, one from 2011, where they're talking about some potentially plausible ways to solve the homochirality problem. Well, the same author, Donna Blackman, in 2019, December 2019, publishes another paper on the homochirality problem. And in the paper, admits they still have not found a plausible prebiotic solution for the homochirality problem. In his videos, Wannabe Dave quotes the papers from 13, 14 years ago as being a definitive answer to the problem that Dr. Tour was talking about, even though the same author a year and a half ago continues to admit that they haven't solved the problem. It's like, you can't make this up. But the irony is, and the most disturbing, is in the comment section over on his channel, everybody's like screaming from the from the top of their lungs that this is the end of Dr. Tour. He's finished. I mean, like, doesn't know what he's talking about, and not even realizing that their little hero has embarrassed himself, and he doesn't even realize it.
It's a worldview problem. Abiogenesis has to be true.
Hey Sam, I'm wondering if you know a name that I found interesting in the line of study you've been into, with everything you've spoken about on the show today, and not every time you've ever spoken. If you would happen to know who Halton Chip Arp is.
No, I don't think so.
Well, he was defamed and shoved out of the community for his observations. It's not that his observations were false. It's just that they didn't agree with the mainstream view of what was being said. And you were talking about gravitational lensing and time dilation, all these kinds of things. So I thought you should probably look into Halton Arp, because in his heyday, before he disagreed with some of his peers, they were referring to him as the next Galileo. He is the person with the singular person with the most bright stellar object named after him in the history of this planet. And he sat in Doppler's chair. He was Doppler's number one guy.
Interesting.
Now, when you read about him, they're going to say that they laughed at him. They're going to almost unanimously say he was absolutely wrong. But go look at the evidence that he found.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty standard when you go against the consensus. I mean, I forget the guy's name. I believe he was a French guy. He's the one who proposed that things are made up of invisible attributes, such as atoms, and they laughed at him until they discovered it. But yeah, that's good.
Yeah, you can just go to nasa.gov and enter in Halton Arp, and you're going to... I was impressed.
I'll make a note of that. Thank you.
What's up, Chris? Welcome to the stream, my friend. How are you?
Doing well. Good to see you. Good to see everybody in the chat. I hear a horn in the background. Is that somebody's? Or...
Oh, that might be me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Somebody outside. It's got the alarm going off in their parking lot.
Yeah, we don't hear it. It's got to be you.
I think
Shalom.
it just stopped.
Shalom. Good to see you, Nicholas. Glad I caught you in a stream. I want to say hi to you. If you got time later, maybe we can chat later on tonight.
Yeah, I'm not trying to stay up late, but maybe at like 10 or something.
Yeah. Well, 10 your time be what, 1, 10, 11,
like
12,
50
1?
minutes from now.
Okay. Yeah, can do that. Sounds good.
Cool.
But yeah, doing good, John. Thank you for asking. Had the scan and everything was good on it. Still have the mysterious pain comes and goes. So, but everything else is good.
I'm glad to hear that. That's awesome. Hopefully they'll figure it out.
Yeah. Like I said,
yeah,
if it's the chronic appendicitis, that it wouldn't have shown up on that because it's going to only show up if you catch it at the same, so I kind of suspected that. So just ruled out anything major. So that's takes any worry off. So that's good. But I appreciate it. Asking and always checking in on me about it.
Yeah, that's hopefully the doctors can.
But you wasn't kidding about drinking that stuff. Oh God, man.
Oh yeah. It's nasty. It's nasty, isn't it?
Yeah, I made a mistake. I could have drunk one night before, or I could drink them both the same day if you get up early enough. So I got up early enough to drink them both the same day. That was a mistake.
Yeah, that was some nasty stuff, man. I remember. I remember drinking that. Like, I was in the X-ray room or whatever, and they handed it to me. I remember I had to drink it because like they needed to be able to see it flow in real time to like determine whether or not my sternum was affecting it,
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, that was weird. Trying to drink that
You're
stuff.
talking about that radioactive dye stuff they make you drink for.
Well, it's not. It's barium sulfate.
Whatever.
It just kind of it doesn't get absorbed by your body, so it just kind of helps light up. You know what I mean? They give you contrast. Did you get contrast too? They intravenous, John?
No, Not in that one. I did when before I had my brain surgery, but yeah, not in that one. No.
That's what made me kind of nauseous after that stuff right there. I hate it, man. It burns you up and just ugh. But that's the stuff, yeah, you really want to get out of your system. But the other stuff, it's not going to absorb. It's just kind of really to kind of highlight things that so they can see things that aren't structural, and then they'll hit you with the contrast and because like things like bone and things like that show up pretty easily, but like soft tissue doesn't show up quite as easily. So it enables them to see like, soft tissue veins and all that good stuff. From what I read, I don't know.
Yeah, it's
modern technologies. Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Yeah, the ability to like dive in and like observe things is pretty crazy.
Hey, you guys mind if I ask Frank 3 questions?
Go right ahead. If John's all right with it.
Yeah, probably go ahead.
You there, Frank? Saw you
Yes,
on
sir.
mute real quick.
Go ahead.
All right. So question number 1: anything that begins to exist requires a cause. Do you agree or disagree?
I agree.
You agree. Okay. The universe, which consists of time, space, and matter, began to exist. Would you agree or disagree?
I agree.
Okay. The cause of the
Can you
universe.
hear me? I'm sorry. I was cutting out. Go ahead.
Okay. The cause of the universe needs to be outside of time, space, and matter. Would you agree or disagree?
I would agree.
Okay. So what would that cause be?
I'm not sure. I'm a pantheist, so I believe that it could be something more fundamental, like energy. But I'm not sure. So
Well,
that's
does energy exist inside of our universe?
yeah, but there could be a form of energy that exists outside of the universe.
And so how would that energy order itself?
What do you mean, order itself?
Well, the energy would need to order itself in order to create something. So I don't know how would energy. So would that energy be eternal?
Yes.
So how does that energy not become to a state of less used energy?
Well, it could be something that winds it up and then it slowly gets wound down.
What would wind it up?
That I'm not sure. I'm still having issues figuring that out. But I mean, science is, slowly figuring it out. So,
Well, how can science test something that is outside of our time, space, and matter?
science uses models that are in our time, space, and matter. Like it uses like science uses physics that we know of to
Sure.
understand things that are outside, that could be outside of the universe. So they hypothesize what could be going on outside of time, space, and matter, but it
What?
uses the physics that we already know.
Sure, but you wouldn't be able to use the science. So would you say that your position is based on the scientific method?
Yeah, it pretty much, yes.
Okay. So how did you determine that there can be no God?
I didn't determine that there cannot be a God.
I can't hear you.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. I don't know if there's a God or not. Like, I can't determine if there's a God or not. If you were to ask me, do I believe in God? I would say I'm not sure, because I haven't ruled God out entirely.
Sure. Well,
So I'm kind of agnostic about that.
so you can't be agnostic when it comes to God, because God is either the ultimate source of everything or he is not. So there's no middle ground. So that's why I'm asking, how did you determine that there is no God? Because if you determined that there is a God, then that would be your ultimate source.
Right. Well,
So how did you determine that there is no God?
I guess I haven't determined that there isn't a God. I mean, I can't tell you how there is no God. I don't think that there's a logical answer to that question, because I would have to know everything, and I obviously don't. So the only way I would know that there isn't a God is if I was omniscient myself, So I would say I'm agnostic. I know you probably don't like accept that answer, but
No, that's fine.
that's the closest I guess I've come to determine that there is no God. Now, I do go for the simpler answer of maybe something that isn't a mind is fundamental. Even though as a pantheist, I do believe that consciousness is fundamental to a certain degree. So that's just my answer.
So what would the minimal attributes of a God need to be?
Um, in order for
Would
me to
he,
believe,
huh?
in order for me to believe,
Yeah, would he have to be all knowing? Well, no, just a God in general. Would a God be all knowing?
yeah, a God would be all knowing. What is it? Omniscient, omnipotent, omnipresent,
Sure. So
etc.
you would agree with those things.
I would definitely agree with the definition of God, whether it's a deist God or a Christian God or a Muslim God. It really wouldn't matter.
Sure. So if there is a God, then would you say that God would be obligated to reveal himself?
Not necessarily.
How so?
Well, it could be like a deist God that doesn't reveal itself.
But if that God would be the foundation of everything, then that God would be obligated to reveal himself in everything. Everything would point to that God.
Why is that?
Because that would be consistent with God. If a God is all powerful, all knowing, all present, then that God would be would be revealed in those attributes.
Yeah, but God doesn't necessarily need to reveal anything to us. I mean, maybe the God doesn't want to reveal anything to us and doesn't want us to know anything about him.
How would that follow? How would you avoid being able to know this God if this God is all knowing, if this God is the foundation of all knowledge?
Well, I would what I guess what I'm trying to say is that I don't see the necessity in this God revealing itself to us.
How did you determine that?
Because a deist God could exist that doesn't want to reveal itself to us, so it's
No,
a
but how did
possibility.
you determine? Because you appealed to the scientific method. So
Right.
How did you determine that without contradicting yourself? What did you Did you like do a test that
No,
can
I
be observed and falsified and repeated? Can
I
you?
didn't test I didn't test it. I'm just throwing out possibilities.
That's fine. But if you appeal to the scientific method, then I just want to see if you meet your own standard. You said that your standard was the scientific method, and so now you're making a lot of claims that do not follow. So I'm just wondering how can you fix that?
Well, I can't test God. I mean, that's the main problem. I can't give you a scientific test to determine the only test I guess I could give you is like if I prayed God and he did something for me, I guess in that way I could test if God exists, but
But
I
how did you determine that there is no God? That was my original
like I no, like
question.
I said, I can't tell you how God does not exist. I don't know that I can't answer that question. I don't think any atheist can answer that question because
You said
logically,
you're an agnostic.
right, I'm saying I'm agnostic to God in general.
Yeah, I'm not
Right.
asking about any atheist. But if you're appealing to the scientific method, then I want to know how you determined that there is no God.
Well, the only answer I can give to that is I've gone for the simpler answer. So maybe if I were to put God
So science doesn't work then. So that doesn't work maybe.
by science you mean like
Does
testing
science
both
does
both
I'm sorry.
theories, like
I'm sorry. Go
putting
ahead.
both theories on the board and saying which theory is less has less explanation. I think it's called Occam's razor,
Sure.
and yeah, so you determine through that test whether which answer is less difficult or not difficult. How do I explain less?
I'm familiar with Occam's razor.
Yeah, like
But
it's
would you?
less.
But
Right.
that's
Go
fine.
ahead.
But we already agreed that a God would have at least minimal attributes, and
Right.
some of
Yeah.
those minimal attributes are maximally great. So God's evidence would be everywhere. And so if you were to say that there is no God, then you have already made a decision. And so if you've already made a decision, I would like to know what you based that decision on.
See,
And if
but I
you appeal
can't.
to the scientific method, then I want to know how did you test that, or what did you do? Did you mix chemicals together to come to that conclusion?
Of
Or
course,
how did you
like I
figure that
said,
out?
I can't. I maybe I don't know if God can be tested. That's the logical answer I can give you. I mean, it's more God is more of a philosophical question, in my opinion, more than a scientific one. But I can't, like I
So
told you before. Wait, let me just get this out.
sure.
I can't tell you why there is no God. Like I've been on Dart's server before, and I've heard him ask this questions many times before. Like, how is that? How is it that there is no God? And I can't answer that question, like, because I am not sure whether there's a God or not. I can't logically determine that there is no God because I don't know everything. Maybe I'm wrong about what I believe, but my beliefs have justifications, but they're not necessarily knowledge where I know for sure that there is no God.
Yeah, so the reason why that answer doesn't work. Okay, well let me back up. You said I guess only two things that I would really like to address. So you said that it's your opinion. So it's not based on scientific anything, then the scientific method. It's based solely on your opinion. Okay, so if God is true, if God exists, then God would be like a light switch. It would either be in the on or the off position. So by saying you don't know, you are making a claim that there is no God. Because if God is the foundation of everything, then everything would point to that God. And so if you do not know that everything points to that God, then you are saying there is no God. There's no middle ground. And so if you do not have a God and you do not have a scientific method to test these things, then I would have to ask, what is your foundation of knowledge? How can you know anything to be true?
Well, I don't necessarily believe, and I'm not trying to, like this is just my opinion, but I don't. Just because I say I don't know that there is a God does not mean I'm saying that there is no God, because it's just
It's
a lack of knowledge. Do you understand? Like
well, no,
it's not a.
it's not though. So I'm gonna try to make this clear. So if there is a God and God would meet these minimal attributes of God, which are maximally great, everything either points to God or it does not. See, God is all present. He's everywhere. He's all knowing. He's all powerful. That means that you cannot deny God. So like a light switch that can be either on or off, you can either accept or you can deny, but there is no middle ground. There is no I don't know. You see, there's the Christian worldview and then there is the non-Christian worldview. So if I ask you if your life that you lead and your belief system and your flow of logic and everything is consistent with the Christian worldview, you would either say yes or you would say no. And so because you do not say yes, do you say yes?
I
Then
say
your
no.
answer would be no.
Right,
So
right. But okay, can
see,
I have a?
I'm not allowing a middle ground because it
But,
is
but
either
can
it.
can you? But can I literally not understand the like, or not that I don't understand, but not have the knowledge to make a determination at this point in time?
No,
How so?
because that is an answer against God.
No,
I
it's not,
guess
because I'm not saying I
Sure.
don't believe in God. I'm not
Well,
saying
sure,
I deny
sure.
God.
Because let me ask you again. Is your worldview the Christian worldview or not?
It is not the Christian worldview.
Okay, so then you've made a decision. You've made a choice. And so I would like to know, since you cannot use the scientific method, so you said, to come to that conclusion, then I would like to know how did you come to the conclusion that there is no God? How did you come to the conclusion that the Christian worldview is not the right worldview?
Okay, now that I can answer. I believe that the problem of evil is probably the most, like, it's probably one of the biggest reasons I left Christianity, because I used to be a young earth creationist when I was in my younger days. So I would say the problem of evil is definitely up there.
Okay, so let me ask you this. If there is no God, how can there be a problem with evil? Evil only exists if the Christian God is true. If the Christian God is not true,
then there is no evil. It's like when people worship Satan, right? And they think it's funny. Satan can only be true if the Christian worldview is true. And if the Christian worldview is true, then Satan loses, and they've been deceived according to the scripture, which validates Satan. And in that same way, I understand your argument
but do you understand
of evil. Sure, but what I'm saying is that argument of evil fails because you only have an argument of evil if the Christian worldview is true. And if the Christian worldview is true, then you do not have an argument of evil.
Well, I can do an internal critique, and I can say, if I'm a Christian and this is what I believe, then if evil exists, then the God that I worship would not be worth worshiping because of the evil that exists in the world.
Okay,
So
let me explain why that fails. Because the only way you can come to that conclusion is if you can prove without a doubt that this evil exists for whatever reason is not ultimately a part of God's greater plan. So if you cannot demonstrate that the evil that exists is ultimately not part of a greater plan, then your argument falls there also. But from just one more second, if you are to say that this is an internal critique, we would not say that. We would not say that within the Christian worldview. So that's not an internal critique.
But do you understand, like, okay, if evil exists, where's the basis of evil? So if you are doing an internal critique and you say, okay, I'm a Christian now, and then I say, where does evil arise from? Now, evil has to arise from God himself, right? So I would not worship that God. Well, where does evil arise from?
God cannot be both good and evil. That's a contradiction. God can be good, and evil can be the absence of God.
Well, without God, there would be no evil.
So are you, okay, if there is not, well, say that again?
Without God, there's no evil.
Say that again?
Without God, there's no evil?
Say that again.
Without God, there's no evil?
Okay, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You understand what you just said, right?
What I'm saying is,
without God, there is no evil. So now that we've established that many times for everyone to hear, I would like to ask you how, from your worldview, you can know anything to be true. If your mind, if there is no God, then that means nature done it.
Yes.
And if your mind and all that you are is just a product of nature, bad things happen in nature. Again, as you said, if there is no God, there is no evil, then what can possibly be wrong? You've just given up all your morality. You've just given up your foundation of truth. And you've given up your foundation to use logic, because logic is not made of material. Logic exists outside of time, space, and matter, just like the laws of physics and everything else. So now that you've given up all of those things according to your worldview, I would like for you to demonstrate how anything can be wrong and how anything can be true.
Well, we can determine what's right and wrong based on our intuition.
Okay.
And logic is a language. I'm
Frank,
sorry, go ahead.
I don't mean to interrupt you, and I would like to give you all the time you want. But you just said that we can determine how something can be based on intuition. You're going to try to establish a sense of morality. So I would like to try to develop that with you right now. So whose intuition ultimately determines what is and is not good or bad, right and wrong, etc.? Whose intuition?
We all have intuitions. We all have different intuitions, and as a collective unit, we decide what the right and the wrong is as a collective unit.
Is that
so we get together? I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you're right.
Oh, is that based on like geography, or is that like a global consensus, or how does that work?
I would say
like a localized region, or how does that work?
I would say it's a global consensus. We all come to this is just a. I mean, a lot of people also have objective morality, but I just go with subjective morality personally. But
you can't. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. You've given up objective morality. You only have subjective morality now.
Right.
Objective morality only exists if there is something outside of our human beings
to object to when things are wrong. Someone just says
Yeah,
that's
but
something
there
is.
are a lot of philosophers who are atheists who also hold to an objective morality.
Yeah, yeah. Well, so let's say you're right, and the consensus of the world says the world is overpopulated, and we need to kill off, let's say, I don't know, 2/3 of the Earth's population for the betterment of good. Now, the people that are in power, they are the ones that come to this conclusion, and unfortunately, you are not one of the people in power. So, does your subjective morality, did it just get you killed?
Well, I don't personally, and I'm not trying to offend you, but I don't go by hypotheticals. I go by what's in reality.
Well, that's a
And since,
reality right now. They're trying to say that actually. They're saying that the Earth is overpopulated. The Gates
I mean,
Foundation.
certain people say the Earth is overpopulated, but most
Mhm.
people, I think, want to retain what they have: their wealth, their money, their, their health.
Yeah,
So
but
most people,
that doesn't answer my
their
question because
family.
if you're removed, then all your wealth gets inherited by those that are left behind. So go ahead and answer your question. Let's say that the consensus goes ahead and says, well, we need to remove the population of the Earth for the greater good. So what happens now? Does your subjective morality fail?
Um, I guess my personal intuition would be that that's wrong, but I
Well,
can't
but it
convince.
doesn't. That doesn't matter. It's not. It doesn't matter what you think because you've just given up objective morality, and now everyone just wants to kill off 2/3 of the Earth for the better. It's for the better of the people that are going to be surviving. It's not going to be you or me, right? But so again, did your subjective morality fail?
It didn't fail in the sense that I still have my own personal intuition, so I still feel like my morality would be against that.
But did it do any
Whether
good
whether or
though?
not the morality of everyone else is different. So
Yeah, but did it do any good? I mean, you can have your feelings. Everyone
I
has
mean,
feelings, but
but
ultimately, the people that have the power, their feelings are the only ones that matter, and
did
that's
it
why
do any
things
good?
like you.
But do you understand that's a consequence? You're saying did it do any good? Obviously, the consequence isn't good if everyone decides to lean a certain way. I mean, it's not good. But what I'm saying is, I still have my own subjective morality that I go by that leads me down whatever direction that it leads me down. So, you know,
Sure, but
Sam,
if somebody else.
if I may, I'd like to help Frank get where we're coming from. Because Frank, when you say you have this intuition, I think it answers a question like this. When we're asking you about believing in God or not, I don't know if Sam will say this is a good analogy. I think he will. It's sort of like asking you, do you see that it's daytime? Let's say we're standing together in the day, and we ask you if you see that it's daytime. And this is a little bit like when you say you have intuition, you're trying to say, yes, you do see that it's daytime. But when you say you don't know if there's a God, you're at the same time trying to say, no, I don't see the daytime. But I think we really know that you see it, and for some reason you're denying that you see it. I don't know.
I
Yeah, I
don't.
mean,
I
you're
don't
gonna.
personally see. I guess I don't see the daytime.
Sure.
Sorry.
So you're gonna watch this video later, and you're gonna see that you, from your worldview, you can't even say that killing off 2/3 of the Earth is wrong. You'll say that you don't like it.
Sam, I said I don't.
So,
I feel like it's wrong for me.
yeah, you feel like it's wrong, but you can't say that it's wrong from your worldview. Like I can say that it's wrong, and I can validate why it's wrong from my worldview, but
I can
from your
validate it
worldview
too.
you
I can say
can't.
my
So,
intuition.
well,
My intuition is that
so
it's wrong.
sure, but but intuitions don't mean anything when there's people in power that have different intuitions, and they wish to do something else and impose
Yeah,
their
but you're
wills
just
on you
talking about the
according to
consequence. The
according to
consequence of
their subjective morality.
yeah, but you're talking about the consequence of subjective morality. This is a consequence, right?
Yes, there's consequences in life.
There's
Sure,
consequences, but I'm
sure.
not. That doesn't take away the fact that there is subjective morality, regardless.
Well, sure,
You understand?
sure. Yeah,
So you haven't
but
disproven this subjective morality. You're simply saying the consequence of it isn't necessarily a good thing, which
sure.
is probably true.
I'm not trying to disprove it. I'm trying to show that it fails. So, for example, hope
it fails. It
that we
fails.
all would
People,
agree.
it fails if people do something that is wrong. I guess in terms of
What's
what,
wrong?
in my
What's
opinion,
wrong?
in my opinion,
I mean, what's
what
wrong?
you're asking me. My opinion.
No. I'm like what? Yeah, sure. What I mean, ultimately, from your worldview, what is wrong is only an opinion. So let's say that my opinion. Let's say that from here on out, I disagree with everything that you say, and I take the opposite position based on my feelings and my opinion. Who's to say what is right and what is wrong from your subjective morality? Do you see? So we can't test God according to the scientific method. But I can show how when you abandon the Christian worldview, what is left is absurd. And that is how I can argue that God is true. So that's how I can demonstrate God. So from your worldview, and I would think that we would all agree that, but I will use another extreme case, because in reality, what happened in Germany with Hitler was all legal. And that's where that morality leads. And you could also use eugenics. Are you familiar with eugenics?
Absolutely.
All of those things are consistent with the worldview that is not the Christian worldview. And there's no one to say that those things are objectively wrong. So when you give up the Christian worldview, you're left with absurdity. And that's all I'm trying to demonstrate. Sure, you can have your subjective morality, but in a world where there is no objective morality, where everything is subjective, then it's just feelings and nobody cares.
But do you understand? Like, okay, in my opinion, this is just an opinion I have. Okay,
Frank, I know that you have an opinion, and I know that your intentions are good and all of that. I'm not trying to put you down or try to suggest that you're a bad person at all. But all I'm saying that is nobody cares. Politely, respectfully, nobody cares. Because your opinion is not, unless you are to be extremely arrogant, no offense, your opinion's no different than anyone else's. And if someone else has a different opinion than you, why is yours better?
Well, that's why we talk to each other, and we collectively understand the opinions of everyone, and we determine what's right and wrong based on those opinions. See, if I was a one-man show, it'd be different. But
Sure.
Everyone collectively gets together, and we determine what's better for humanity. Like, we determine the speed limit on the road because we want everyone to be safe. We don't go by what one or two people think. We go by what the consensus is.
Sure. And that's what they did in Germany, and they determined that the Jewish people were less than human, and they determined it would be better if they would just remove them. So your logic and your line of reasoning just justified that, whether you want to admit it or not. If you cannot say, and you can't say that those things are objectively wrong from your worldview. And I'm not saying that you agree with it. What I'm saying is your subjective morality fails. That's what I'm saying. And unless you can demonstrate why it doesn't fail, all you're doing is arguing from feelings. You're doing is arguing from feelings and consensus, and none of that matters. Because again, people's feelings can get corrupted unless you can demonstrate why your feelings can't be corrupted, unless you can demonstrate why the consensus is actually doing something that is right. Then ultimately, everything that you say leads back to one of these evil scenarios. And we've seen it happen throughout history.
Are you saying that atheist countries don't survive and thrive? Are you saying, because there are many atheist countries out there, like in Japan, that are atheist countries, and they do just fine with their subjective morality? I'm not sure if they believe in objective or subjective morality, but if they are all subjectivists, they do just fine because they, like I said, they create laws and they follow a standard that they have set up based on everyone's opinion.
What was the guy's name in China? Was it Mao? How many people did Mao kill?
Many. I'm not saying that subjective morality is perfect.
Well, you just gave an
I'm not saying
example.
it's
I just
perfect.
wanted to make sure that you understand what the examples you give
Sam, I never
will
said it was
lead to a
perfect.
scenario like
I
that.
never said that the subjective morality is perfect. I'm saying
Sure.
this is what we have and this is what we use in order to survive. Do you understand?
Sure.
Is subjective
Well,
morality even morality?
Well, it's based on our intuition, and I would say that is morality in the sense of that's where we get our feelings from, and through those feelings is what we develop our morality to be.
Well, I thank God my intuition's not morality.
right. Yeah, so anyway, that's all. I didn't mean to take up a bunch of time, but yeah.
Hey, I appreciate the
Thank you.
conversation, man.
Yeah.
And sorry, LPP, for taking up all your time. I didn't know he was gonna ask me questions.
No, it's okay. It's an open discussion, and I'm rather exhausted, so I was just listening to you guys talk. So it's all good.
Well-
Although I do find it interesting that I always find it fascinating when I think you said you're a pantheist, but like atheist, pantheist, whatever, talk about like Occam's razor, and that somehow they reached a conclusion that applying that somehow makes God not the more reasonable conclusion.
Well, it's a simpler answer in that we don't have to add a mind, etc., you know. And so,
Well, I guess what I'm saying is in relation to what we have to account for is the point that I'm making. In relation to what we have to account for in the what we're able to observe, the not applying the mind actually makes it more complicated, not less.
how so?
Well, I mean, where do you think so like fine tuning of the universe, for example, it is more explainable, more understandable when you think about the incredible improbabilities. It's a more straightforward, simpler solution that a mind applied intelligence to account for them.
Well, LPP, not to be disrespectful, I know this is your stream, but do you? What was the question I was going to ask? Has there, besides the Bible, has there been any proof of supernatural that you would say exists in the world?
That has zero relevance to what I just asked.
Well, I'm saying basically what I'm saying is like, in order to like the fine tuning of the universe, it's hard to explain naturalistically, but it's not impossible. So unless you say
Yes,
it's
it is.
impossible, so it's impossible.
Yeah.
Well, it's highly unlikely, but it's not
It's
impossible.
It's impossible. Yeah, it is. Like that's literally why you guys have.
Sam, let's not make those blanket assertions, because all that does is.
I'm sorry, no problem.
Shut things down, and nobody wants to actually have discussions when we like, no, it's 100% proven, and then it's the, well, what's supernatural been proven? That's
okay, fair enough.
So basically,
I'm talking about in relation to what is the more. You brought up Occam's razor, okay? So I'm saying under Occam's razor, and that concept, right? In terms of supposed explanations or potential explanations for the fine-tuning of the universe, as an example, we need things like the multiverse, or many worlds hypothesis, all that kind of stuff, in order to account for the improbabilities that are recognized. I'm not talking about, and this is why I was like, why are you bringing up the Bible? That has zero relevance to the point that's being made, which is a recognized one that okay, well, if there's a multiverse, then all of the stuff that we're talking about where the mind would be, the intelligent application would be the more reasonable conclusion. Well, if we can have a multiverse, then that doesn't become the rational conclusion.
What do you mean?
Or the more plausible solution, I mean.
It's not this is just my opinion. Okay, so I'm sorry for saying that. If a mind hasn't been demonstrated, not even to 1% to exist, then saying there's a multiverse is a much better explanation, don't you think?
Well, I mean, absolutely zero about the multiverse has been demonstrated whatsoever. It's a 150,000% hypothetical. Number one. Number two,
But
in
it's
the
I'm sorry,
hang on.
it's a hypothetical that does not include a mind and or anything extra. It's just
Well, it includes an infinite amount of extra universes, so I have to object.
but it's possible for other universes to exist. I don't see the impossibility of that. While there
Well,
a mind is it's almost like there's no proof of a mind at all.
Well, I
So
mean,
it's like zero.
hang on. So you're using your mind right now to claim that there is no potential evidence for a mind?
I'm saying
and
one
you might
hasn't
be
been
imagining
demonstrated.
us. The only thing you know is your mind. The rest of this is what you're less sure of.
Well, what I'm saying, LPP, is I have not been demonstrated. Like, not a mind has not been demonstrated to me personally. So I just have doubt.
So
So
I guess what I'm saying is, are you saying that you don't have a mind?
I have a mind. I would say I have a mind. So
Okay. Do you have a? This is not an insult. I mean, like, I'm assuming you have IQ points.
hopefully,
I mean, do you have the capacity to comprehend things that obviously require another intelligent agent in order to exist?
and another intelligent agent, as in like other people.
Well, here's what I find extraordinarily myopic, and just to be blunt, willful suspension of IQ to like somehow operate from the perspective that as an intelligent agent, you can't deduce what would require another intelligent agent, whether it be human or otherwise.
Well, I believe that there are other humans. I mean, I don't know that for sure. I guess, but I definitely believe it. So
Okay, no, I'm glad you believe that, but what I'm saying is, in the context of, as an intelligent agent, do you have the capacity to identify things that would require an intelligent agent to for their existence to be plausible?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat what I don't understand?
Okay. Does a video game necessitate an intelligent agent in order to exist?
Yes.
Okay. Do the rules that are in the game necessitate an intelligent agent to exist?
Yeah.
Does the intelligent agent that we agree is necessary for the game to exist have to exist outside of the game?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So, in a context in which you come across a video game that has rules and all these different things, it is whether or not you ever know who was the external agent that created it, you would just say on its face that an external agent must exist or must have existed at some point.
Right. I totally agree.
Okay.
Yeah. But that's for a
So,
video game, though, LPP, not for like life itself.
well, I understand that, but the point that's being made is that the rules that are necessary for our existence, we can identify them, we can quantify them. we know what they are. It's what we're looking. I mean, science requires them, right? So we're looking at things that have structure, have logic, have rules, have things that have barriers. I mean, all these different things, right? And there's a almost unending plethora of things that defy happening through just random chance. Is that a fair position?
Random chance. I think that the universe is determined, so maybe not random. Maybe it's necessary.
Okay, so if you have a video game that's determined, would you argue that the intelligent agent must have been the one that determined it, or the agent determined itself?
A video game, I would say it would have to be an intelligent agent. But like I said, the universe is not, or the reality, maybe not the universe. I won't say the universe. Reality may not need a designer or some sort of mind to create
Okay,
it.
so the thing, would you say that that the universe and our existence, our reality is more or less complicated than a video game?
It's way more complicated.
Okay, so you agree that the simpler thing 100% would need the intelligent agent in order to exist, but the more complicated thing you don't see that as being the more plausible conclusion.
Well, LPP, if I run into a video game in the middle of the desert and I don't know what created it, right? I could say, oh, I created this or it created itself, and I wouldn't be able to determine that. And I think that that's just the situation we're in right now, where we're not sure whether a mind created everything or it came from like a natural cause. So in that sense, it's until we have, like, for instance, a video game, we know who created it because we have like people around us who obviously create video games or machines, etc. And for this universe, we don't really have that. Like, there's no God appearing to us and telling us, like, or maybe, in my opinion, I know you guys believe in Jesus and all that, but that there isn't a God that has told us, hey, I exist, here I am. So that's where our mystery comes in.
Well, I mean, I get that, but what I'm saying is, it's prima facie, right? The evidence is there. I mean, it's there in all sorts of places. So, like the fine tuning of the universe. I mean,
but you're just saying,
hang on. I'm making a point.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, number one, have you personally actually gone into the fine-tuning factors of the universe? And I don't mean just like some of the surface level stuff. I'm talking about like actually gone in detail.
No, I would say I have.
So you have or you have not?
No, I have not. I know that there is it's highly improbable, but I haven't gone into like the factors and the numbers.
Okay, so you haven't gone into the numbers. Have you gone into any of the like different variables that are dependent on each other?
I know there are many. I will say there are many, yes.
Okay. So you know they exist, but you haven't actually gone and looked at them. Yet you are a mod on a Discord that's all about philosophy, and if you're following T-Jump, whose entire freaking purpose for existence is to convince people that none of this stuff has any relevance, and there is no evidence for God.
Well, I'm sorry I haven't done enough research. I have things on my mind, other things to do. So,
well, I mean, well, hang on. You're a mod on a philosophy server, but you have more important things to do than to go and look at and research one of the most fundamental concepts that has been being argued about this concept, and it's been being argued for hundreds, if not thousands of years, and you don't think it's something worthwhile to like make the time to go look into?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying I haven't had the time to do it. I will now that you bring it up. I'll definitely look at it. So,
well, I'm glad to hear that, but I'm saying, like, it always fascinates me how I'm not bashing on this. I'm saying, like, it really fascinates me how many individuals I interact with on these types of topics, and then when you drill down and ask them, there's a very high percentage that have never gone and looked for themselves.
I mean, to be honest, like, someone just brought up the other day, like, randomly to me, about the Daniel prophecies, and I never even knew anything about them, and they were so convincing to me. So I researched it, I looked it up, and I found out that it was like the time frame was different than how people say it is. Like, it was after, like, many years after it was supposed to be prophesized that it, like, do you understand? Like, it was told that it was supposed that these things were prophesized in this date, but it was actually way later. And so I just learned that.
Are you talking about whether or not it was in like the 6th century BC or whatever? Is that what you're talking about in terms of the date?
Yeah, exactly. So I didn't know that.
Okay, hang on. There's plenty of people who make that claim, and then there's other folks who claim that claim is false. So,
Yeah, and I
mean,
just looked up.
it's just like the Bartermans of the world and some of the other ones of like, oh no, it's 60. The Gospels are written in no later than between
70,
60 and
80.
90 and 70 and 80. No, that's 100% false. None of the Gospels were written until like 130. I mean, it's like we hear all this kind of stuff, and it's like, oh, okay. I find it extraordinarily fascinating how very often there is a modern application to ancient evidence. Just as an example, right? Like, so, why wasn't there's more? I mean, I watched a debate the other day, and from two high levels scholars, right? And the guy who was against it, and it was the Jesus hoax was the position he was taking, right? And it was all just a hoax. And he was spewing some of these standard talking, supposedly debunked talking points. And the other scholar questioned him, kept questioning him and being like, so how many written documents are there? I think it was like on I'm too tired right now. Some major Roman character, right? Like emperor. Like, how many written documents are there about insert famous person name? And it's like, oh, there's none, or there's one. Oh, when was that one written? Oh, that was and of course he responded. He's like, oh, it was like that was 180 something or other. It's like, okay, so you're saying that the person who was before Christ didn't have anything written about him until 200 years, 180, 190 years after Christ. But somehow, because there was only things written about Christ, 60 years after him, therefore it all must be a hoax. Is that your position? And well, I mean, if God was real and he did all that stuff, then there would be more. And it's like, oh, well, hang on. So that's your assumption. That's your assertion. That's your opinion. That should be the way it is. And since it doesn't fit your opinion, therefore it must be false. And I'm just using this as an example, but I hear this a lot in these kinds of conversations, and I find it extraordinarily fascinating. And to me, it really starts to look much more like a attempt for folks to avoid the obvious. And if you don't actually go and look at things for yourself versus, just accepting talking points, I'm not sure how honest people are being in their own, search for the truth.
Right, I totally agree with that. And by the way, I mean, right now I just set up debates for people. So I'm learning just as much as everyone else. I mean, I can't sit here and say, I know everything about philosophy, et cetera, et cetera. I know the basics, so I'm learning, as much as I possibly can.
I get that. I get that.
Yeah. So, and I mean, hopefully I get better at it as time goes along. But I definitely like seeing both sides of the aisle. Like, for instance, I did not like the debate with Ken Hovind tonight. Like, personally, like, just because Starlight to me does not really, it doesn't convince me enough of, like, if I was someone that was not, like, I'm biased personally because I'm a pantheist, but if I wasn't biased, it wouldn't convince me of a 13.8 billion year old Earth,
Right.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I'd like to briefly discuss, your pantheism as opposed to our God of Jesus Christ with you, Frank.
Hey, before we do that, pigs can fly, and what's the takeaway? Both joined us. What's up, guys? How you doing? What's the takeaway? You were first. How are you doing? And anything you want to add real quick before we? And then Matt, go ahead, and then we can dive back to what you were talking about there, Nicholas.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're coming through.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to ask Frank some questions about a hierarchy of values. It's something I've been talking to atheists about, and they don't seem to have really good answers for it. But of course, I can wait till later. So that's what I wanted to ask him about.
Hey guys, I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but I do have to go soon. I'm not dipping out, but if you guys want to talk, come to the server. Let's talk. I want this conversation. I mean, let's go. If you guys want. And yeah, go ahead, Nicholas, and ask me whatever question you want to.
Yeah, because I'll be a little bit faster about it than asking questions then. So the word holy, it means set apart, or sacred, but set apart. So our God is the most set apart. And that's what's wrong with pantheism, because that's the opposite, right? God is not set apart. God is everything. So that brings up a point of disagreement between us. And I'm just trying to offer you some stuff to to maybe relate to or to consider in the future or something. And I'd like to offer this and talk about what it's about real quick. So
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
this is Matthew chapter 8, and I'm going to read pretty fast because it will be context then a quick story. So when he was come down from the mountain, great crowds followed him. And behold, there came a leper and worshipped him, saying, Lord, if you will, you can make me clean. Jesus put forth his hand and touched him, saying, I will, you are clean. And immediately his leprosy was cleansed. And Jesus said unto him, See you tell no one, but go your way, show yourself to the priest, and offer the gift that Moses commanded, for a testimony unto them. And when Jesus entered Capernaum, there came unto him a centurion, beseeching him. Okay, that's interesting. So it's actually just by reputation. He wasn't there for the previous event. So, and saying, Lord, my servant lies at home, sick of the palsy, grievously tormented. And Jesus said unto him, I will come and heal him. The centurion answered and said, Lord, I am not worthy that you should come under my roof, but speak the word only, and my servant shall be healed. Because I am a man under authority, having soldiers under me. And I say to this man, Go, and he goes, and to another, Come, and he comes, and to my servant, Do this, and he does it. When Jesus heard, he marveled, and said unto them that followed, Amen, I say unto you, I have not found so great of faith, no, not in Israel. And do you know what's going on there, Frank? When
Yeah.
the man's explaining that he has soldiers under him, do you know what he's getting at?
Explain. Go ahead.
Well, he says that if Jesus simply says the word, his servant will be healed, that Jesus doesn't need to go to his house.
Right.
This is why he says that Jesus says, I've never seen such great faith, and not in Israel. Because this man understood that Jesus has command of reality in that way. He's like, I understand command. I have command of soldiers. He'd probably seen Jesus heal people, heard about more than what he'd seen, that sort of thing, you know? And he understood that he was seeing someone who had command of reality. And and there's so much cool stuff in the Bible like that. And
Yeah, my
yeah, I
dad.
think
I'll
I
tell
would
you what.
encourage you to keep learning stuff and to keep open to it, because all who are of the truth hear his voice, and his voice is in there in the Bible. And if you're of the truth, Frank, you'll hear it.
I'll tell you what,
And
Nicholas. My entire family is Christian. I just had an aunt who came to visit me not too long ago, and she told me to read a book, and I think she sent it to me on like a picture of the book, and she gave me money to buy the book, and it was about the I don't know if you guys have heard of it, but the Church of Christ, and because that's the church I was raised up in, and it just talks about all the problems that are in the Church of Christ, and it details everything in the book, and so I definitely I'm searching like everyone else. I don't claim to know everything, and I think part of the problem is that with atheists is that they claim to know everything. Not that they claim to know everything, but they act as if they have all this knowledge when they probably don't. So I'm humble. I come here as a just to talk and try to figure things out, just like everyone else.
Well, that's fair, and that's that's an honest thing to, hopefully an honest position to take. And you're right about a lot of the, at least the
Hey,
internet
LPPY,
atheists.
I appreciate you having me on. I'm going to go, okay?
Okay, appreciate it. You have a good night.
Hey, Frank?
Yes, sir.
Hey, before you go, I just want to let you know that when it came to killing Christians, Paul the Apostle, he said he was good at it. And while he was out killing those Christians, Jesus loved him, he forgave him anyway. And the reason why I just want to say that to you tonight is because I want you to know that you're not a special case beyond forgiveness. And so God loves you very much. That doesn't do anything unless you accept it. But as you try to draw these Christians into your server there so you can ridicule them, I want you to know that you are not a special case beyond forgiveness.
Absolutely. I appreciate it. And listen, you guys have a fair...
Amen, Sam.
If you guys come to the server, I will treat you fairly, and we will talk philosophy, Christianity, whatever you guys want. So
What server is that?
it's a T-Jump server.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just if you guys don't know it, it's on his description in his YouTube page. Just come on, and we have many atheists, many theists. So, yeah. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you, LPP, for letting me on. I appreciate it, brother.
No problem, man. You have a good night.
Good night, man.
Have a good night.
Yeah, thank you for taking time with us.
Yeah, I always find it interesting. There's so many. I need to do a study on this of what percentage of people who don't know, quote unquote, or are, whether it be on the atheist side and just complete rejection, and on the agnostic and pantheist side and such, of, oh well, what about this? They'll ask the question like, what do you believe? What's your evidence, right? And you outline it, make a case, and then 9 times, I'd say probably 8 out of 10 at the low end of them, when you actually kind of start to ask the questions, haven't ever actually gone and investigated for themselves. And I find that extraordinarily fascinating, especially in the era in which we live, when you can go and find substantive content on these topics without that much difficulty. And then, again, this isn't to bash Frank, but it's just a talking point here all the time. Like Randolph Richardson, for example, claims to never have enough time to go and do any research. Like, freely admits he hasn't actually gone and looked into XYZ for years, decades. Like, I just don't see the need. Like, hold the phone. You're a activist. Like, you're an activist, like, for this, cause. And you don't think you need to go and find out if your position that you're being an activist for has substantive and is being substantiated. Like, it blows my mind.
Yeah, I think
I would never do that in any other professional context. You would not run around supporting something, and then when you're asked, why do you think X, or have you actually looked into Y, that's a substantive, foundational component of your position that you're advocating for, and then you say, I have no idea what you're talking about, you would be fired instantly. You would never be let in the room. Like, I think that's from a business perspective, right? Like, let's say you're trying to get in to see a board, like the board of a company, right? And they're like, well, why should we talk to you? What? Like, do you know anything about our industry? Well, I never really looked into it. So then why do you want to talk to us? Well, I want to convince you that you're wrong about your industry. So do you know anything about how it works? Not really. I'm not really interested in I just don't have time.
You sound like every Democrat now.
Well, that's like, well, in fairness, when it comes to politics, both sides are true in a lot of cases. But to me, I'm just like, who would do this? I don't get it. I mean, I understand not having the knowledge. Like, if you're just now getting involved in something, I understand not having knowledge. But like, for a lot of these folks that have been doing it for decades, they still cling to the I don't know, i.e. like a Matt Dillahunty. And you're being viewed as a person of substance and leadership and, being an icon in a niche, in the tribe, if you will. And your foundational argument is, I don't know. like, I wouldn't take that seriously, but that's just me.
Yeah, it's I think as far as like Randall Rouser's or not Randall Rouser, Randolph Richardson, I think he's more of a political actor than a truth seeker. I think that's why he kind of deflects on the actual deep philosophical stuff about what we're talking about. He kind of deflects that to, it's just atheism, just a lack of belief and all that. And it's like it has a lot more entailment than that than just a lack of belief.
Well,
At least I think so.
Well, I agree with you. His lacktheism, activism, which I find so entertaining. It's clearly delineated on his websites that the ability to avoid burden of proof is why lacktheism is so substantive in his position, from his position.
Yeah.
Like, oh, well, if we do this, as long as we do this, we don't actually have to defend our position. Like, so you're
right,
you're redefining an entire concept in order so that you don't have to prove your point. Wow.
Yeah, that's like their escape hatch. It's like you back them into a corner, you philosophically back them to, or even scientifically, like you guys do, you back them to a corner, and it turns into, well, I don't know, and that's honest. It's like, well, you can go further than I don't know. You can use your brain to go a little bit further than I don't know and stop there. That's where Matt Dillahunty's got these guys brainwashed to stopping at I don't know and not going any further.
That's very true. That's very true.
And good night, guys. Just trust Messiah.
Good night, Nicholas.
Have a good one, Nick.
Good night.
Why should I trust Messiah?
Because he's your Lord and Savior.
Says who?
He does.
Doesn't seem like very strong evidence to me.
How did you come to that conclusion?
Somebody saying something doesn't make it true.
Did you learn that from somebody saying something?
If
No,
God says
I
it doesn't
didn't.
make it true.
You didn't learn that
No,
from
it doesn't.
someone saying something?
Correct.
Oh, then how'd you learn that?
By logic.
Logic? What's logic made of? What materials? Can I mix it in a beaker?
What do you think it's made of?
Well, I'm asking you. It's not made of material, is
Logic
it?
is just a language that humans have invented.
Does it exist in a mind or outside of a mind?
It's just
a language?
It's just yes. Yes.
So something. How is it a language? So does it exist in a mind or out of a mind?
It exists in. It's like English, right?
Does it exist inside of a mind or out of a mind?
Does English exist outside of a mind?
Does English exist on the moon?
No.
Does logic exist on the moon?
No.
Can something be contradicting on the moon?
No.
You just contradicted yourself.
No, I didn't.
Sure. Can X be both X and not X on the moon?
No.
Okay. So then logic works on the moon.
No, logic describes the fact that there can't be contradictions on the moon. You're confusing the thing with the description of the thing.
No, that doesn't make sense. So are you saying that logic exists inside of the mind or outside of the mind?
It's just like English. It's just like English. It's a language. It's a language. And it describes thing. So if I say the stop sign is red, right? The sentence the stop sign is red isn't red. Is it?
Are you saying that axioms don't exist until they're described in X language?
Axioms are beliefs. They're thoughts, ideas.
I'm talking about
empirical.
The underlying thing that's being described and assumed.
That would be the entire system of logic, right? So logic is a language. That means it has a whole ensemble of statements and propositions and presuppositions.
Are you actually saying that a axiom is not the description of something that exists at a fundamental level?
And correct. An axiom is just a properly basic belief?
Okay, so the definition is a statement or proposition which is regarded as being established, accepted, or self-evidently true.
Yes, regarded as self-evidently true. It's a properly basic,
abstractly defined structure is based. Okay,
it's a properly basic
or proposition
belief
on which an abstractly defined structure is based. Okay, so it is. So is it or is it not the words that are being used to describe it? Right. I'm saying the thing that is being determined, like outlined. Right. Are you saying the thing that is being outlined doesn't exist until it's outlined in language, or does it exist external to it? Like if we never wrote it down,
right? It exists external. It exists external to it.
Okay, cool. So we have now established that things can exist external to the description.
Right. So what the language does, it describes the relations.
So Brenda,
I didn't get to finish my sentence.
The language, Brenda.
I didn't get to finish my sentence.
I will kick you out. I barely just even let you in. I usually don't.
But I just want to finish my sentence.
No, I'm going. No, because who has got the sirens going on? Whoever's got sirens.
I live in Minneapolis. There's a lot of sirens, dude.
Okay, well then put themselves on mute if they're getting sirens. Anyway, the point is that I get so annoyed with the dumbassery from atheists of this whole, like, let's argue round and round and round, do stupid mental gymnastics and be like, no, there isn't anything that actually exists that's external and not dependent upon the, insert X. It's so obnoxious. And if you're going to go down this rabbit hole, Brenda, I will kick you out.
Well,
because it's
I think
really
things do.
annoying. We've heard this over and over and over and over. Oh, it's just a description. It's just a description. It's just like we grasp that. We grasp it.
I don't think you do. I do.
Yes, I do grasp it. The point that's
there's a distinction. There's a distinction to be made between
external to the description is the entire point that's being argued ad nauseum. Okay?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I'm saying
that it fails. Logic as a language fails because if logic is like a language, then somebody can come up with a different language. That means they can have a different set of logic. That means they can say that something can be self-contradiction.
There are different logics.
No, then
yes, there are different logics. There are different logics.
Brenda, silence. Turn your freaking mic down. You're yelling in my ear. Turn your mic down. Thank you. And welcome to the stream, George. How are you doing?
Good afternoon, John, and hello to everyone.
Hey, George.
I was listening to the live stream last night, but I couldn't get in to ask a few questions of Brenda, as I think he got a few things wrong about carbon-14. So can I ask some questions of Brenda?
Yes, I'm going to bed. I gotta fall asleep. I gotta get up in the morning. Y'all have fun. Enjoy yourselves. Everybody behave. Don't get too crazy. And appreciate everybody in the audience for staying and waiting. And hope everybody has a good night.
Good night, John.
All right. Good night, John.
Now, Brenda, last night you said carbon-14 is a product of cosmic bombardment of the carbon in our atmosphere. Is that correct?
You're standing for truth agreed with me on that.
No, I'm asking you. I'm asking you.
I just told you.
Well, no, I'll correct you, okay? Carbon-14 is cosmic bombardment of nitrogen, not carbon, okay? That's how carbon-14 is made.
All right.
Right. Secondly, hold on. There's more. You got so many things wrong, mate. I'm going to correct you on all of them, okay? It doesn't make any difference whatsoever whether the diamond is organic or not. The fact of the matter is there's carbon-14 in the diamond. It doesn't make one iota of difference if it's organic or not, okay? Carbon-14 is carbon-14. That's number two.
But those samples were contaminated, and the instrument.
No, hold on. I'm going to get to that.
Background radiation, right?
No, hold on. I'm going to get to that. Okay, I've got 10 points I want to make, and then you can talk.
Couldn't care less.
Of course you won't. All right, lab contamination. Do you know that these laboratories are actually carried out by scientists. They know about lab contamination and they measure it regularly and they subtract that from their results. All right, number 4. Yes, you're correct. Radiation can convert some of the free nitrogen that's found in the diamond, okay? But physicists have done the calculations and they've calculated that at best, the radiation can convert that free nitrogen into C14 to the point where it would only add 0.0001% modern carbon to the sample. That's 4th decimal place. The AMS only measures to 3 decimal accuracy. So therefore, the radiation producing the carbon-14 is negligible. Number 5, the radiation can never build up enough C14 in a diamond over time because the C14 is decaying 800,000 times faster than the radiation can make it. 6, analysis and quantities of trace elements like delta 13C show the diamond to be organic based. Okay, number 7, you're regurgitating old talking points of evos and atheists. All these talking points have been debunked heaps of times. Now,
so saying something that's been debunked doesn't make it debunked.
Oh, hold on.
So you're just going to gish gallop through a whole bunch of shit, and then I'm not going to remember the first.
No, I'm
one.
correct. I'm correcting you on all the points you made last
you're just
night.
saying stuff. You're just
Hold
saying
on.
stuff.
Don't talk over me.
You're just saying stuff.
Yeah, you were complaining people talking over you yesterday. But don't talk over me.
Brenda,
don't talk over me.
Looks like is Brenda running again, or is?
Oh yeah. Well, there you go, Brenda. Hold on.
Okay, Brenda.
So based on your argument, Brenda, we should then throw out all archaeological artifacts that have been done to date. Okay, the other point, the C14 to C12 ratio used is based on 1940s. That's pre-nuclear testing. It's a constant value that they use. But here's the point. It's impossible to know the real C14 to C12 ratio as there is so much C12 stored in the ground, like in coal, oil and gas, etc. So the C14 to C12 ratio used to measure the dates are incorrect because they can never be correct. Okay, number 10. Finding C14 in fossils is now the norm, not the exception. So now you can talk. Now you've heard my 10 points. Based on what you were saying yesterday or last night, you were wrong in almost every point you made.
And let's see if you can rebut any of my points from last night, Brenda. You got destroyed last night, by the way. And let's see if you can address any of George's 10 points.
Well, I don't remember them.
You just went over. Well, of course you don't remember.
Well, no, of course not. Because,
okay, George,
because when you gish gallop, then the other person doesn't have the ability to respond. That's the whole point of the gish gallop is to flood the other side with a bunch of things and then declare victory like you are now.
Okay,
can we take it one at a time then? Can we take them one at a time?
Yes, we'll take it one at a time. I want to point out now that Brenda's done the sentence. Last night we discussed the problem of deleterious mutation accumulation, and then we got into C14 and the fact that we find detectable levels of C14 in samples that evolutionists date to hundreds of millions of years old. So there was no gish gallop. We touched on 2 topics that you failed to address. Now, Brenda, take as much time as you need. Address George's points. Go ahead.
You want me to go through them one by one, Brenda? Hello?
What? You freak out
whenever go through them one by one.
You freak out when anybody talks. You know, you're not capable of holding a conversation.
No, I'm just telling you now. I'm going to go through them one by one and you can have your say.
Right. So carbon-14, right? What's the problem with it? I'll accept
the problem with it. We've gone over it extensively, Brenda. Just address the argument.
So I accept that both SFT and I were incorrect. It's not created from carbon; it's created from nitrogen being bombarded by cosmic rays. That's fine.
No, I wasn't.
I accept that. We both agreed. We both had a mistaken concept there.
No. I didn't have any mistake. What I said was,
yes, you can't even admit
carbon.
you were wrong.
I said carbon-14 is produced in the atmosphere as a result. It's produced from
carbon.
If it's being produced.
You agreed with me that it was from carbon, and we were both wrong.
No.
You can't even admit this.
No, Brenda, because if you go back and re-listen to our discussion last night, I clearly stated 3 times in these exact words, carbon-14 is produced in the atmosphere as a result of cosmic.
Why didn't you correct my mistake?
I guess we were just talking fast and we were discussing.
I guess no, you're just not capable of it.
Brenda, quit dodging, and address George's points.
This is his first point. We're addressing.
Are you ready?
It now.
Are you ready for the second?
Okay, go to point 1. Go ahead, George.
Are you ready for a second point? What difference does it make if carbon-14 is found in a diamond that's from an organic substance or not? The fact of the matter is there's carbon-14 found. What difference does it make? What difference does it make?
Because we wouldn't think that carbon-14, it could have originated from radioactive processes deep in the earth.
But they found carbon-14 in all the diamonds that they sampled.
No, they haven't. That's not true. That's just a talking point from creation science, and it's not true, right?
What evidence have you got? Have you got a paper to say that? Because I know for a fact that secular scientists have tried to repeat those experiments to debunk the creationist C14 in diamonds, and they fell flat on their face with regards to that, because they actually confirmed the findings that the RAID team actually found.
So carbon-14 can form from other isotopes of carbon, and it can be so it can form inside of a diamond from the radioactive uranium that is in the earth.
I just explained that to you.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. That was one of my points that I brought up.
Yeah.
Uranium, yes, through neutrino capture, can act on the free. Now, diamonds you do find trace elements in diamonds like nitrogen and delta 13C.
This is your argument. This is your argument, isn't it? Your argument is that we're finding carbon-14 in diamonds that doesn't comport with carbon-14 dating and a young Earth. Therefore, the Earth is not young, right? But I'm saying carbon-14 can be produced from other isotopes of carbon-12, and it can be produced by radioactive uranium inside of the Earth, which is where diamonds are, deep in the Earth.
If that's true, then wouldn't that mean that everything would be contaminated? And so wouldn't that disqualify all carbon dating? Sure. How would it not?
No.
If you're going to say that something can be contaminated, and how do you penetrate a diamond? How does a diamond get contaminated?
Radiation,
it's the hardest material there is.
Radiation can, and it doesn't disqualify carbon dating, because carbon dating is a tool, and you just apply it to the appropriate subjects, which is organic material, not inorganic material like diamonds.
Then you're the one who's
let me address that uranium argument uninterrupted, and then we'll allow Brenda to respond. Maybe we should just go around the room. So this whole argument that new radiocarbon was formed directly in the fossils or in the diamonds when nearby decaying uranium would recharge essentially the C14. That doesn't work, because this has actually been looked at, and actual calculations have confirmed conclusively actually that the process does not produce the necessary levels of radiocarbon that world-class laboratories have actually found in fossils, coal, and diamonds. And that was a point that George was pointing out, that you would need over 13,000 times more nuclear material in the nearby rocks in
There's
order
a lot of
to
radiation down in the earth.
recharge the C-14. It's already been looked at in world-class.
So looked at by
I'm not
who?
done talking. I'm not done talking, and then you can
Looked
go.
at by who?
Okay?
Who looked at
So
this?
here's the thing. You would need far too much material to recharge unrealistic amounts, and this is a fact. How do you deal with it?
Can you give me a link to that study?
Sure. You mean like the 30 links I gave you last night that I'm sure you didn't
give me 30. You didn't give
George,
me any
what were you going to
links.
say there, brother?
What is
what
I want him to support his claim that this is a common refrain from SFT is it's been looked at, and I think that I believe that is simply. I read something on the creationist on the creationist website.
So Brenda, why would that matter? That's the no true Scotsman fallacy.
No,
it doesn't matter where the source is from.
I'm asking him.
It's either
for the
accurate
source.
or it's not. I listened to you last night calling out this and that, suggesting that everything was fallacious, but no one was calling you out. So now I'm calling you out. That's the Scotsman fallacy.
Sam?
Yes, you can have the source.
Where is it?
Right.
Yes, George.
The rate results are free. They're available on the net, and Dr. Baumgartner is a geophysicist, and Dr. Safadi has also confirmed those calculations. I can provide them for you in the comments section after this if you like, and you can have a look at them yourself.
How about right now? How about like right now?
How can I do that? I'm on my tablet. I'm on StreamYard.
Well, SFT can.
The fact that you haven't
all the
even
math
looked into
right
this,
now,
Brenda. The fact that you haven't even looked into this, and apparently you've been fighting against young Earth creation. For years, it's pretty sad. Okay, we refute your argument. Brenda, we're not going to overtalk each other. It's my turn, and then you can go ahead. You can admit defeat.
Well, you just
can do the
gallop.
research
That's all
yourself.
you do is
you can do the
gallop.
research yourself. The point is, you would need far too much material to recharge, and this is unrealistic amount.
That's a claim.
Down in the Earth. And
support your claim.
It's even more problematic for you because cosmic rays cannot reach deep within the Earth. The C14 would just decay away. So the fact that we have detectable levels of radiocarbon in samples that evolutionists date to hundreds of millions of years old destroys your deep time evolutionary story, which means you don't have billions of years to take your pond scum into people, and you have failed miserably at addressing mutation accumulation as well as addressing the evidence from carbon-14 found in
So you just erected a straw man. You just erected a straw man, which is fallacious. So you said that you claimed, yes, you did, because is the claim that the carbon-14 found in in minerals like diamonds in the Earth produced by cosmic rays, is that the claim?
The carbon-14 has to be intrinsic to the
is that the claim? Is that the claim that that carbon-14 was produced by cosmic rays?
The claim in terms of the diamonds is the carbon-14 would have to be intrinsic to the diamonds.
No, that's not the claim. That's not the claim. It's a straw man because you're not listening.
That diamonds are formed deep inside the Earth, right?
Right. And what's
internally or externally due to the hardness of
right. And it's not the claim that the carbon-14 found in those diamonds is produced by cosmic rays. That's a lie.
It should all carbon-14. If you were listening last night, I pointed out the fact that if every single atom in the universe was made of carbon, it would all decay within 1 million years.
But that's not true. That's not true.
The point is,
let's deal with that. Let's deal with
number. See, here's the
one
problem
claim at a time.
Your worldview is getting destroyed.
One claim at a time. I just want you to stop gish galloping. Your claim.
So you're admitting that there's carbon-14 in the diamonds now, because earlier you said that there wasn't. That it was just a creationist lie. So you just contradicted yourself.
Let's just deal with SFT's lie. That carbon,
no.
All carbon
which is
radioactive.
Is there carbon-14 in the diamonds or not?
So
contradicted yourself.
So is it true that carbon decays?
Yeah, answer the question.
Is it true
you've already made two claims?
No,
first you said that there is no carbon in the diamonds, and now you're saying that there is.
Is it true that carbon decays radioactively?
Carbon-14 decays.
But SFT just said it's carbon that decays.
Yeah, well,
Is
he's
that true,
referring
George?
to carbon-14, mate.
No, he said carbon. He didn't say carbon-14. He said carbon.
God.
We've been talking about carbon-14.
Carbon-14.
Well, which is it? Well,
how do you
it's-
address? Listen, your rescue
Which is it?
devices of contamination and nearby nuclear material recharging the C-14.
Is there uranium?
They both fail. They both
Is there
fail.
uranium down in the earth, in deep in the earth? Is there uranium?
Of course.
How would that not
Right.
contaminate everything then?
But
And
not
so that
nearly
it's-
enough, as
not
I
everything
pointed
is deep in
out
the earth.
and demonstrated in world-class.
You claimed that it's not enough.
Listen. The rate
You
team, which
claimed it's
consisted
not
of a
enough. You
number-
didn't
Here
prove
we
it.
go. Here we go. The atheists, the evolutionists getting destroyed, so they had to constantly interrupt. I've already pointed out that the rate team, which consists of a huge number of PhD scientists, have looked into these claims, and
That's
they
your
pointed out
claim.
that you would need 13,000 times more nuclear
That's your
material
claim.
in the nearby rocks in order to sufficiently
That's your
recharge
claim.
the C-14.
Prove your
no,
claim.
it's not the claim.
That's not a claim?
demonstrated. It's been demonstrated, and you are clearly
Prove
out
it.
of touch
Prove
with
it.
reality and out of date on the research. George,
Prove
go
your
ahead,
claim.
brother. I know you've been.
Prove it.
Listen, we're going to go around the room. Brenda, you've had plenty of time to interrupt. George, go ahead. Take the floor, brother.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to address that radiation issue, okay? Brenda, what's the half-life of carbon-14?
It's approximately 50,000 years.
No, it's 5,730 years.
No, it's 50,000 is the
He's
length of
talking
time.
about the half-life, Brenda.
No, half-life. I said half-life of carbon-14.
Oh, okay.
Okay, what's the half-life of uranium decay?
I don't know. Which
4.5 billion years. 4.5 billion years. I'll get to what I'm saying. So what's happening here is the carbon-14 is decaying at 5,730 years, while uranium is decaying at 4.5 billion years. That simple equation there, the mathematics, says the carbon-14 is decaying approximately 800,000 times faster than the uranium is decaying. So if the uranium is producing the carbon-14 is decaying 800,000 times faster than the uranium can make it. So therefore, all the carbon-14 would be gone. You can't.
No,
you can't.
That's not
you
true.
can't get any measurable.
That doesn't follow.
We
That
just
doesn't
we
follow.
just explained to you. Uranium
that
can only
hard to follow,
produce
Brenda.
0.0001% modern carbon to the sample. That's all.
That doesn't follow that because carbon-14 is being produced by another process that therefore it shouldn't be anymore. That doesn't follow.
No, because 800, mate, it's decaying 800,000 times faster.
Yeah, so what?
But you wouldn't find measurable quantities of carbon-14.
That doesn't follow.
Of course it follows.
No, it doesn't.
0.0001% modern carbon is all that the uranium can actually make.
So is there a lot of carbon in the universe? Is there a lot of it?
Carbon
That
or
doesn't explain why it
carbon-14?
would be found in a diamond. If it's found in a diamond, then you're bound by the half-life.
found
That's
in
the
a
point.
diamond.
It's not going to contaminate inside the diamond. And if you're going to appeal to contamination,
Sam?
then that means that everything that you carbon date that should be thrown
Sam?
out by that same
Sam?
same logic.
Exactly.
Sam, it's found in a diamond.
Right.
Because
So once it's found inside the diamond,
I was
it
not
can't
finished.
be contaminated, and
Excuse me, I was
therefore
not
you're
finished.
bound by the half-life.
I was not finished. It's
Well,
found
Brenda,
in...
I have
Excuse
a
me.
question. Brenda,
Shut up.
Are you the
I'm
only
answering
one who gets to interrupt?
I get to talk.
Are you the only
Instead
one
of you
who gets to
you're
interrupt,
talking
though?
over me. I'm trying
I
to
understand.
answer you.
But are you the only one who
yes,
gets
you
to
understand
interrupt?
that you're talking over me, so be quiet. So the carbon-14 in diamonds is produced from carbon-12 being struck by radioactive uranium, the radiation from uranium.
No, it's not. Nitrogen.
Yes, it
we
is.
just explained that. Nitrogen.
No, that's in the air. That's in the air.
Okay, go ahead, George. We're gonna do equal time here. George, you have the floor.
I'm trying to find that reference for him. So he talks about he wants
That's
proof. So I'm trying to find that and put it in the comments section.
So
you guys keep talking while I find it.
Right. Okay. So carbon-14 in diamonds is produced from the carbon-12 isotope that's naturally in the diamond, being bombarded by radiation from thorium and uranium that is deep in the earth.
No. It is
What
produced.
do you mean, no?
It is produced in the. There are trace elements in the diamond. Nitrogen is a trace element in the diamond. It's the radiation bombarding that trace element, that nitrogen, that's producing the carbon-14.
It's produced from the carbon-12. It is. The decay of uranium produces the radiation, which creates carbon-14 from carbon-12. This is just physics.
No.
You're just denying physics. What do you mean, no?
George, let's move to the next point. She didn't understand that the half-life was 5,000. She thought it was
I understood
50,000.
it. It's just that
so let's
your
keep
argument
moving on.
was
That's probably the
fallacious.
confusion right there. So what's the next point?
So I understood that. It's just that your argument was incorrect.
No, he asked for the half-life, but anyway.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter because there is a plentiful supply of carbon and the isotopes of carbon, which can be produced by multiple processes. Which
I'm pretty
is either
sure you
cosmic,
started off by coming in and saying that there wasn't carbon-14 found
I thought
in the
I was
diamonds
talking.
to start with.
I thought I was talking.
Did you not?
So I thought I was
Did you not
talking.
answer that?
So I thought I was talking. So it's produced. It can be produced in the atmosphere from cosmic radiation. In the Earth, it's produced from carbon-12 by the decay of uranium and thorium.
George.
Sorry, I'm trying to find that reference for him because I like to look at each one. Hold on. Can I ask you? How does radiation convert C12 into C14?
Well, I don't have a degree in physical chemistry. It bombards the atom, right? And the bombardment gives it energy, and the energy, I don't know the mechanism. I don't know that. Right? So I just want SFP, I just want Standing for Truth to back up his claim that this has been looked at and this has been debunked.
I'm trying to find that for you.
I mean, you understand that is simply a claim. It is not an argument. It is not proof.
It's an argument, and it's been demonstrated that your rescue devices pertaining to contamination, which we dealt with last night.
Yeah,
and
poisoning.
Am I done talking? It's like when I try.
You're just going to go on for another fucking 5 minutes.
You're
just going to gish out for another 5 minutes.
Every 3 words. So here we go. So we dealt with your contamination argument last night, and now you're looking to this argument from uranium, nearby decaying uranium bombarded traces of nitrogen in the buried fossils and in coal and diamonds. But we've already pointed out that it's been demonstrated that there is far too much nuclear material that would be required, over 13,000 times more nuclear material in the nearby rocks in order to adequately recharge the C14. You're saying that's just a claim. This is actually backed up by data. And if you'd like to sit here for the next 12 hours and read
the data?
All the rate findings, then
where's the data?
But the problem is for you who holds to deep time evolution that you can't just accept
go on
the
and
data
on
and
and on and on and on and on.
Yeah.
So where's your data?
Pretty difficult.
Just a claim. That's just a claim. Where is your data?
I just put it in the chat. Okay,
so
I just put it in the chat.
You take a break. You go read through all those papers.
I don't see it.
Which, by the way, I doubt you read through the papers we went through.
I don't see any links.
It's right there in the.
Oh,
live chat.
It took a while to come up.
Okay, so go ahead. You read through that. Now, answer. George, what was your next point, brother?
Oh, sorry. Hold on a sec.
Maybe go through your next point as Brenda reads through that source right there. It's so funny when Brenda's backed into a corner. So for yesterday, Brenda was backed into a corner on the data suggesting that these low impact deleterious mutations accumulate and degenerate. And she said, what's the evidence for that? And I said, okay, let me screen share a number of papers. And then Brenda said, oh, no, you don't need to do that. Just make the argument real quick. But now that we're destroying Brenda on the C14 argument, now it's, okay, send me all the papers right now so I can, read them over the next 3 hours. Brenda is just stuck between a rock and a hard place, and it's hilarious. George, go ahead.
So this Baumgartner is a creationist. He's a wackadoodle. He's a
wackadoodle. Worry about the argument,
Irrelevant, red herring.
Worry about the argument.
He's a wackadoodle. Are you going to deal with the argument or no? Are you just going to keep running, dodging, ducking, dipping, diving, and dodging all over the place?
If a fallacious argument's the best you have, Brenda, then I guess you can just say that's why.
I didn't make a fallacious argument.
Or you can deal with his
I didn't make a fallacious argument.
Yeah, you did. That's the no true Scotsman fallacy.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Whatever his position is on God or this and that is not relevant. He can believe in whatever. He can believe in leprechauns
doesn't change the result.
Jumping over a rainbow. That's fine. That has nothing to do with that source. So go ahead and debunk the source. It doesn't matter if he believes in farting pixies and unicorns. It doesn't matter.
Well, I can simply refute your claim by saying this is just an appeal to authority fallacy.
You can say whatever you want. It still doesn't address it.
You asked
and he's not an authority, is he?
And the data backing up what we're saying, and now your rebuttal to it is, oh, this PhD geophysicist, he's also a young Earth creationist, so we can just disregard what he's saying. So you've lost on this topic. Do you want to move on?
No, I haven't lost.
Okay,
this is one thing that Standing likes to do is like to declare victory and try to move on, and also to poison the well. He likes to poison the well quite a bit.
No, I'm not poisoning the well, but when you start insulting PhD scientists, okay, including PhD geophysicists, then
he has a bachelor's
because it's a logical fallacy. It's a red herring, and I apologize, George. I know you're about to say something, so go ahead, brother.
Well, I was just going to tackle his knowledge on. He said that carbon-14 can be produced from carbon-12.
It's she.
Okay, well, my pronoun is sir. So if you answer me, you answer me as sir. Okay.
No. Okay, Fuckstain.
All right. You mentioned that you can produce carbon-14 from carbon-12. Please explain how that happens. Please explain how that happens, because
what happens?
In the process of producing carbon-14 from nitrogen, a proton is released from the nitrogen. So please explain to me how a carbon-14 can be produced from carbon-12.
Well, I don't know. I don't know how it's produced from carbon-12.
Well, you said it can.
You think it can?
You're the one making the claim, Brenda.
Yeah.
So you're just bullshitting, are you?
No, that's just physics.
No, it's not. Explain to me. Explain to me. Nitrogen is bombarded by cosmic rays, and it releases one proton to convert it into a carbon-14 atom. Now, you explain to me how you can bombard carbon-12 with cosmic rays to produce carbon-14 by physics. Do it for me now.
Carbon-12 isn't produced from carbon. It's not from cosmic rays. It's from the radiation from uranium.
Oh my God! You mentioned.
Do you understand?
Okay, explain. Explain how.
Okay, I'll explain it. I'll explain it to you. In the atmosphere, the carbon-14 that we find in the environment, in the biosphere, is produced by cosmic radiation bombarding nitrogen and converting it into carbon-14. And I don't know how. I don't know. I don't know.
It's through the release of the proton.
That's why when you're questioning on it, you don't know how to answer it.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So in the earth, deep in the earth, carbon-12 is converted into carbon-14 by the radioactive decay of uranium and thorium.
How? Explain to me how.
I don't know.
Well, then you're bullshitting.
No, that's not. Doesn't follow. It doesn't follow that I'm bullshitting. I'm just citing the relevant science.
Okay, this is what we'll do when Brenda's done with her sentence. George, since Brenda doesn't know the answer to your question, just explain in your rebuttal why what Brenda's saying doesn't work to solve the problem.
Well, for a start, a carbon-14 atom has 6 protons and 8 neutrons. A nitrogen-14 atom has 7 protons and 7 neutrons.
That's wrong.
So, sorry?
Carbon-14 has 6 protons and 8 neutrons. Carbon-12 has 6 protons and 6 neutrons.
That's I just said. That's exactly what I said.
No, you said it had 7.
No, I said nitrogen-14 has 7 protons and 7 neutrons. Carbon-14 atom has got 6 protons and 8 neutrons, right? Now, you explain to me how you can convert a carbon-12 atom into a carbon-14 atom.
What was the question again?
Oh, explain to me how you can convert a carbon-12 atom into a carbon-14 atom through radiation.
I don't know. Just like I don't know how carbon-14 is produced from.
Well, okay. Well, you asked me. You asked me for a source.
I was talking. So you complain about me talking over you, and then you talk over me. That's why I don't respect. That's why I don't respect it when you talk, because you talk over me. So if it's going to be, so you're going to have to. You're going to have to go both ways. You're going to have to go both ways. So, right? So carbon-14 is produced in the atmosphere by bombardment from cosmic rays. I don't know how it's done, because I'm not a physical. I don't have a degree in physical chemistry. I don't have that knowledge.
But you just claimed it. Then give me a source. If you don't know, give me a source.
Any source.
Give me a source. You asked me for a source. I just gave you
basic stuff. Just Google how do you produce carbon-14 from carbon-12. So just Google how do you produce carbon-12 from carbon-14, and I've got hundreds and hundreds of links. How that's done? It goes to Phys.org and to other sources. So I don't see the problem here. This is basic science. Isn't something I have to back up.
You still haven't explained how you can actually produce the carbon-14 in a diamond, right? By radiation.
Again, I don't know. And I don't think I have to know. I simply have to cite the relevant authorities. And they say that the decay of uranium and thorium produces the radiation which converts carbon-14 from carbon-12. And I don't know how it's done. Well, actually, this guy supposedly says how. Here is a link. So in this video, which I linked, he says excess carbon-14 abundance in uranium ores, possible evidence for emission from uranium series isotopes by D. Barker, A.J.T. Joel, and John Donahue, Geophysical Research Letters, Volume 12, Issue 10. Carbon-14 abundances in uranium ore, possible spontaneous exotic emission from U-series nuclides. C14 in uranium and thorium minerals, a signature of cluster radioactivity. Use of natural diamonds to monitor C14 AMS instrument backgrounds, which was another topic we talked about the other night. Instrument backgrounds.
I didn't hear carbon-12 in there, Brenda. In what you just read.
Yeah.
Carbon-14 is produced through cosmic radiation or radiation acting upon free nitrogen in the diamond.
Is it? Is that the only path?
Yeah.
How do you know that?
You just read something that did not mention carbon-12 once. Show me where it says carbon-12.
In the video, in the comments to the video.
You watched the video already?
You said you just read a paper.
I'm linking you to the paper. I mean to the video, and in the comments he talks about he cites several papers. Carbon-14 abundances in uranium ores and possible spontaneous exotic emissions through cluster radioactivity.
Yes,
right?
But doesn't say from carbon-12. I just agreed with you that you can create carbon-14 from the free nitrogen in the diamond, but it's of insignificant amount. It won't even register in the AMS. I've even called the AMS labs to talk with them about it.
And as George, as you know, and we've already explained this to Brenda like 10 times, but I'll also add this. The levels of C14 in these diamonds have shown to be 100. Let me repeat that. 100 times the instrument detection threshold. There's not nearly enough going on down there to adequately recharge these diamonds.
Well, those are your claims. Those are your claims. You haven't backed up those claims. You have not. You have not.
Brenda, you can't rebut our arguments. I understand.
I gave you a link. I gave you a link to a paper.
I don't see any links from you.
I did. I gave you that. It's a PDF link. You need to open it up and read it.
Oh, that. Yeah. I dismissed that when I found out that he's a lunatic.
Exactly, and you lose. So you just
no, that doesn't
geophysicist.
I don't care.
Who actually made a testable prediction based on runaway subduction, and that testable prediction was shown to be true. It was proven successful, and you can't rebut the evidence pertaining to carbon-14 found in many samples worldwide. In samples, the evolutionists say are hundreds of millions of years old. Your rescue device here and your rescue device of contamination fail, and your only argument is
this is you poisoning the well. This is just you poisoning the well.
In the chat. There's 40
when you
people
call
in the chat,
things,
including atheists.
When you call things rescue devices, that's just you poisoning the well.
The only one poisoning the well is you, because
that's right.
I think herring, and your rescue device last night failed.
So,
your rescue device
it didn't.
today failed.
So standing, I am warranted to dismiss the claims made by an outlier from the scientific community.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. From the science.
Now you're appealing. So you're appealing
so
to
I'm
the.
talking,
You're appealing to
stop
the authority
interrupting
now.
me.
No, you interrupt everyone. No, you interrupt everyone. All you've been doing.
I don't care.
Brenda.
So
you have a fallacious argument. It's a no true Scotsman fallacy.
No, it's not.
You can just dismiss it when you can't debunk the argument that's being
no,
made.
It's not.
And that's horrible. So everything that George and Standing for Truth has said is true. And there's really nothing you can do about it. So
simply citing an outlier, isn't proof of anything. It's actually an appeal to authority fallacy.
Brenda, everything we know today is because an outlier had an idea and proved it.
That's not true.
That's how science works.
No, it's not how science works.
Yeah, that's true. If what you're saying is true, then the Earth is still flat. You still believe in geocentrism.
Yeah, that's false.
Everything. Yeah,
that's incorrect.
Sure.
That's incorrect. All of our knowledge is not produced. All of our knowledge is not produced by mavericks. No, it isn't.
Somebody brings forward a theory, and they're an outlier. It gets rejected and rejected and rejected, just like what you're doing. That's why it's fallacious to dismiss an argument that's based on sound data. But you haven't even considered the data.
But it isn't based on sound data.
You haven't even considered it. You just simply open it up and you dismiss it. But that's fine.
So it's not
that's why you're wrong and
data.
you don't even know it.
So it's not based on sound data, and appealing
you wouldn't know that because you didn't look at it.
Authority doesn't make it true.
Okay, my turn to talk now that Brenda's done. So Brenda last night admitted that she doesn't understand the content, nor does she know the content. So that's why she's failing.
That's not what I said. I said
Don't
stop lying.
That's exactly what
you are
said,
misrepresenting me. Stop
you
lying.
said you don't know the content.
I said yes.
It is
I didn't
uploaded
say
for
I
people
don't
to see.
understand it.
So
I
maybe
said
you
I'm not
misspoke,
aware of it.
but
So
it's
stop
clear that you
lying
don't
about me.
understand the content.
So stop lying about me.
Okay, so anyways, we can allow people to make up their minds.
So why do you misrepresent me?
I am addressing your point. I am
No,
addressing your
you
point.
misrepresented
Don't interrupt
me.
Don't interrupt me. So we
But
have
stop
PhD
misrepresenting me then.
Stop. So we have a number of PhD scientists who took rock samples and who took samples of all kinds in all different rock layers. And they subjected them to these tests, including dating methods. Okay. They looked for C14 from all these different rock layers in a variety of samples, fossils, fossilized wood, diamonds. We touched on all of it. And the results that came about, okay, when they detected the C14, for example, or they discovered the discordant dates and dating methods, they repeated these and they looked into all these different claims of contamination. And the point is, these results are repeatable, okay? Repeatable by a number of PhD scientists and repeatable today. So you can't just say, oh, this is just one or two rare findings. No, this is all throughout the so-called fossil record in all different layers, and they're discovering the same thing.
Brenda,
You're just
can I ask
SFT
why
was just citing, was just spouting stuff. He just says things.
Why haven't secular scientists repeated the carbon-12 in diamonds experiments to debunk us?
Because they determined that they were due to contamination and instrument background.
No, they weren't, because I've just explained to you.
They did.
They do, mate. They do regular testing to determine what the background radiation contamination is.
No, I'm not talking about background
radiation. The results.
I'm talking about instrument background.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. It's in the lab. That's what they do. They actually do those tests regularly.
Yeah. So that
and they determine what the value is, and it's 0.07.
Yeah, most labs, it's a source of error. It's a source of error, isn't it?
Correct, but they deducted from the sampled measurement.
Did they?
Yes.
Are you
every
sure?
Every lab does that.
These levels are shown to be 100. This time, take your fingers out of your ears, Brenda, so you can hear me. 100 times the instrument detection threshold, okay?
You keep saying that, but you don't back it up.
Oh, it's backed up.
Well, no, it's not.
Are incapable
saying it's backed up doesn't make it backed up.
Because we provided you a source and a reference, and you responded by scoffing at Dr. John Baumgartner, who's a PhD geophysicist. So therefore, you probably didn't get past the first sentence. So that's not our problem. It's actually your problem, Brenda.
No, it's
ignorance
not,
is bliss. Sure, it's not a virtue.
It's just an appeal to authority. It's just an appeal to authority.
It's
That's
an
all
appeal
you've
to
got.
the data, the empirical data that was derived from rigorous research over many, many, many years that you can't deal with, Brenda. And this is why every time you join an open mic night with us, you get exposed for pushing your pseudoscientific nonsense and being incapable of rebutting the scientific data.
Well, you keep saying that, but that's just poisoning the well. It's not actually true.
It's been demonstrated.
It's been demonstrated. You saying something has been demonstrated doesn't make it demonstrated, SF. Standing, you saying things doesn't make them true.
The data proves you wrong.
Yeah, but you haven't produced the data.
We produced the data, and your response was, "Oh, this guy's a young Earth creationist, so I'm not going to look at it." That's your problem, not you not understanding the argument.
You produced a crank.
It's not our problem. It's your problem, Brenda. It's your problem, Brenda, and everybody in the chat can see that it is precisely your problem and not ours. Now let's go around the room. Sam, the floor is yours. Go ahead, brother. No interruptions. We're going around the room. Go ahead, Sam.
No, I don't have anything.
Okay, that's fine, brother. George, anything you want to say?
Well, I'm looking at two websites right at the moment that says The maximum theoretical detection limit is about 100,000 years for carbon-14 dating, but they actually they say for practical purposes it is 45 to 55,000 years. So funny, isn't it that? Funny, isn't it, that the average diamond age was found to be 55,000 in those 12 diamond samples that the rate team actually sampled?
Maybe they were 55,000 years old. Well, the other possibility.
Hey, hold on. On that point,
maybe.
According to secular scientists, they say diamonds take 1 billion to 3 billion years to form. So 55,000 is okay if I use it.
Well, then the other possibility is simply what I said before, which is that it's produced by the radioactive uranium and thorium, right? That's in the earth.
And you can't back that up. I told you the only way you can do that is through. No, you didn't. Yeah. Through bombardment of free nitrogen in the diamond.
That's in the atmosphere, not.
No. Diamonds contain trace elements of nitrogen. You can even find that in the Geminology Institute of America site. I can even provide that for you. There's a doctor, someone or other, I forget.
We've got Godzilla Freak in the chat who says he has secular sources finding C14 in supposedly deep time objects that rule out contamination. As I pointed out last night, there are secular sources that rule out contamination. And he points out that he's on his cell phone, so he can't link it. But it's not hard to find, is the point.
I'm trying to find it here. Oh.
Typically those creationist sources that Brenda is so fast to dismiss has a long list of secular sources down at the bottom.
Exactly.
If she would actually read, she would find out that these arguments typically aren't based on their own understanding.
One single young earth creationist technical paper oftentimes has 50 secular sources in the reference section backing up what it's saying. So this argument, this red herring from Brenda, is essentially pretty embarrassing, actually.
Yeah, well, I'm looking at one right now, and it has 14 sources down at the bottom of the page. And it also talks about how the founder of the method based everything on evolutionary presuppositions, which is circular in itself. Talks about how there's not been an equilibrium yet in the atmosphere, which that alone confirms that the Earth is young. It just goes on and on.
There is no evidence. There is no positive evidence for a young Earth, and all of this bullshit that you guys been spewing is just nonsense. It's been refuted. It's been refuted.
I could make the same claims as you. I could say the same thing.
It's been refuted.
I could just say dismiss your arguments based on nothing. It's all been refuted. Poisoning the well. Blah blah blah. You're not saying. You're saying a lot, but you're not saying anything.
Yeah,
you haven't said anything. All you do is dismiss, deny, insult, overtalk, and just make a bunch of baseless
That's
claims.
all you've been doing.
I think Brenda's a soundboard, actually, because all I've heard over the last 2 nights was maybe the same.
So you're just poisoning the well. This is all you're really good at.
I drank, I would make a drinking game out of
ad homs and poisoning the ad homs. Yes, ad homs and poisoning the well.
For $10, you can have your own Brenda soundboard. The 10 most common and frequent evolutionist talking points, and you can say them over and over again. Oh man, Rob here in the chat, Sentinel Apologetics, he'd probably spend $100 for that, because from my understanding, he believes whales and bananas are related too. So, Brenda, can you send over your soundboard to Rob here, please?
Fuck off, you fucking piece of shit.
Oh, here we go. That was
that's what you like, though, isn't it? That's what that's what you like, isn't it? That's what you like, isn't it?
Accuse them of using ad hominem attacks,
yes,
and
because
then you just turn around and
is
it a double standard, Brenda?
No, that's just called fighting fire with fire, right?
No,
so if you're going to do it, if you're going to do it, then I get to do it.
Mate.
Nobody said
so
that.
If you're going to do it, so all you've done is simply talk over me the whole time.
No, that's
not allowed me to talk. Yes, it is. That's what you in particular have been doing that.
I have not.
You in particular, yes, you have.
I've been on
that
mute
is absolutely true. No, you haven't been.
Well, you can look. You can watch this, and you'll see. You've done plenty of over talking and interrupting, and everything that you've accused anyone of doing. You've been doing plenty of it yourself. So.
Right. So then it's all good.
No, I didn't say that.
Right. No, that it's all good.
I'm saying
then.
that you have a double
all good.
standard, and you're being a hypocrite.
No, I'm not. It's all good then. Contamination of samples, laboratory contamination, instrument background are what account for the anomalous carbon-14 results that you guys have been talking about the whole time. There is no evidence for a young Earth, and carbon-14 is not that evidence. Well, carbon-14 found in diamonds is not that evidence, and Baumgartner has been thoroughly refuted in the literature.
No, he hasn't.
Yes, he has.
No, he hasn't.
Where's your source on that, Brenda?
Okay,
Brenda,
it's George's turn. Equal time.
Brenda,
Okay, go ahead, George.
Ask your secular scientists why they won't repeat the diamond experiments. Ask them why they won't.
Because it's not worth their time.
No, it's not. It's because they know that they run the risk of confirming what the rate team found.
Is it a conspiracy, George? Is it a conspiracy?
Who said conspiracy?
You just did. You just did.
Mate, do you know what happens to scientists who prove young Earth?
Do they get killed by the Illuminati?
They're sacked.
Yeah, they
lose their job.
Yes, it's a conspiracy.
Well, ask Mary Schweitzer.
No, it's
what
not
happened
a conspiracy.
It's a conspiracy.
She's an evolutionist, and she got ripped to pieces.
So it's a conspiracy. Do the Illuminati come after them? Is that what happens?
Oh, more than the Illuminati. You guys.
So you think it's the Illuminati that comes after them? Is that right?
Mate, do you want me to give you a list of people that have been sacked?
Probably be for their incompetence.
Incompetence. You see?
Yeah.
It's a conspiracy, George.
It's a conspiracy, George.
All these results that have been derived from diligent scientific work, as well as a lot of this was came about through testable predictions. Before they even found the data, they predicted it first. That's the gold standard of science. But all of this is a conspiracy, apparently, according to
well, that's what George said.
Standing. Isn't it amazing that when they do carbon-14 testing on archaeological artifacts, contamination isn't an issue, but when they find C14 in diamonds, contamination.
No, that's because there is actual uranium and thorium down in the earth.
Brenda, it's a well-known fact. It's a well-known. Are you going to stop? It's a well-known fact that radioactivity leaches through the soil. So if contamination is an issue, then all those archaeological artifacts have been contaminated as well.
So when you say radioactivity leaches through the soil, what do you think? What do you mean by that? That doesn't make any sense.
You don't. I'll quote. Just give me a second. I'll get the quotes from.
Just what? I don't care about the quotes. What do you mean?
From reputable secular organizations.
I mean, radiation is radio waves. It doesn't drip.
Okay, listen to this. This is from the Natural Radioactivity in the Geological Environment by the National Nuclear Security Commission. National Nuclear Security Commission. Quote, radioactive elements in soils, secondary deposits formed due to the leaching of uranium from minerals during chemical weathering. Uranium is mobile in groundwater, but is readily precipitated by humic acids in soil. It may be found in carbonized plant or animal remains and may also fill openings in porous soils.
Yeah.
End
Do you
quote.
think there's a lot? Do you think there's a lot of uranium out in your backyard?
Well, you said you find uranium out in the open. Oh, that's
No,
another issue,
I
by the
didn't
way.
say that. I didn't say that. I said it's down
What?
in the earth where diamonds are formed. That's where.
Well,
that's what I said.
Can you explain why do we find 90% of the radioactive elements in the dry land masses and not under the oceans?
I don't know what this has to do with anything. So radiation is deep down, and that's why the Earth core is hot, is because of the radiation that's down there, and that's where diamonds form, right? And so you can produce carbon-14 from the radioactive decay of uranium and thorium, which is more. There's more of it down below the Earth. There isn't hardly any in the soil around you. There's virtually
you don't know what you're talking about, mate. I'm going to quote you another one. This is.
You think there's a lot of uranium in the soil? You think there's a lot of uranium in the soil?
No, I'm saying it can leach. It can leach.
But how much?
It doesn't matter. It can leach. It's contaminated.
It matters how much. It matters how much. Yes.
So all your archaeological artifacts are contaminated. Throw them away. The dates don't count.
That doesn't follow.
Of course it does.
No, it doesn't, because it's not enough. George,
written by
enough.
Roger Eckhart for the Isotope and Nuclear Chemistry Division, right? The paper's called Migration of Radioisotopes in the Earth's Crust. Quote, most people are aware that rainfall, as it seeps into the earth, becomes laden with dissolved minerals or solutes. What they may not realize as fully is that the composition of the solutes can change drastically as the water passes from one geochemical environment to another, causing significant relocation of particular elements in relatively short geologic times. Temperature has a major effect on chemical potential. A mineral stable at 200 degrees Celsius may be unstable at 300 degrees. Solubility is typically increased with temperature, but may be retrograde and decrease instead. Geothermal systems are particularly active zones for geochemical migration because thermal gradients combine with gravitational forces to produce convective groundwater circulation that exposes the minerals to a wide range of chemical environments.
Yes, there is radiation, yes, but not a lot.
What's not a lot?
There's not a lot of uranium found in your backyard.
Mate, Australia has 33% of the uranium resources in the world, and it has 20% of the thorium resources in the world. Of course, there's a lot.
Not in your
backyard. There's a lot in Australia.
Not in your backyard.
Well, how do you know?
Well, because generally the soil doesn't have a lot of uranium in it.
I just explained to you. I just read some articles, quotes from people.
But they didn't have anything to do with what you're going to find in your backyard. It doesn't have anything to do with that. No, they're talking about mineral deposits.
But forget about my backyard. What about anywhere where they find it?
No, that's the point. It's not in your backyard. It's not going to be in large concentrations.
Australia is my backyard. Australia is my backyard.
No, it isn't. Australia is not your backyard. It's your country. It's a continent. It's a continent. It's a continent. It's not your backyard.
Jesus.
It's a continent. So it's not your backyard. You're not going to find large concentrations of uranium in the soil around you. There is some. Typically, it's if you build underground, a problem that you have, like in basements, is radon gas, right? But we're not talking about that. We're talking about carbon-14, which is mostly produced in the atmosphere, right? It's taken up by organic animals, right? Deposited in the bones, and then we can use that as a clock to determine how old, when that animal died. And you can go back to about 45, maybe even 50,000 years.
Don't you think a genome would make a better clock, don't you? Don't you
That's
think
actually
a
absorbed.
genome would be a better
You're
clock, like
talking
a
over your
molecular
buddy.
clock?
You're talking over your buddy there.
How about a
Yes,
molecular
yes,
clock? Wouldn't that be
yes,
better?
yes.
Yes.
It's
So,
used
Brenda,
as a clock.
To be accurate, to be accurate,
genome
to be
is used.
accurate, the
answering the other
plants.
guy. I'm answering the other guy. I'm answering the other
yeah.
guy.
So like,
So
so
the
what do you
genome
know about?
So I'm
what-
answering you. The genome
Okay.
is used as a clock.
So what rate do you use? Like mutation
I
rate?
don't know the details of how to use genetics to determine how old a species is. I don't know how to do
What's the difference
that.
between a phylogenetic and a pedigree mutation rate?
I don't know these things. I just know that scientists do, in fact, use
what scientists?
genetic.
What scientists?
Geneticists will use
What geneticists?
the rate of mutations, the rates of mutations.
What geneticists, Brenda?
Stop talking over me, asswipe.
No, what geneticists?
Stop talking over me.
No, I just want to know. Is it like your
I don't
pseudoscience geneticists?
I don't know.
Well, so how do you, if you are understanding what a molecular clock is, how can you do that without knowing what at least the basic differences are between
Well, I
a
understand
pedigree
the
and a
concept.
phylogenetic mutation rate?
I don't know. It's not important. Also, all you need.
Should you use an observable rate that's observable, testable, repeatable, and falsifiable, or should we use like an assumption-based rate?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, if you're going to test
I know what he's
something,
talking
right?
about.
If you're going to judge something, if you're going to say, "Hey, look, this is a molecular clock," and you're going to base it off of mutation rates, should you use a mutation rate that's observable, or should you use one that's assumption-based, like a circular rate?
Why don't you just tell me what it is you want?
Well, I can hear you
want to
typing.
say?
I know you're searching it, so I'm asking you.
Well, that's what you should be doing too.
Yes. Well, no, I'm asking you, which is the observable rate?
I don't know. You tell me.
Well, so what's a molecular clock?
That would be going from a particular, when the animal is at equilibrium, right?
What's equilibrium? What's equilibrium?
You don't know what the word equilibrium means?
No, I know what it means, but I'm asking you to use context to explain to me what exactly you mean by equilibrium.
Oh, it just means that the amount of carbon-14 in the animal tissue.
No, we're talking about a molecular.
So if you ask me,
we're not talking about that anymore.
If you ask me a question, don't interrupt
Yeah,
me.
but he's asking you about.
Well, it's a biological question.
So just ask me a question. Just don't interrupt. Just shut your fucking mouth.
Yeah, no. C14 has nothing to do with a biological clock. That's just clear because I don't want you to waste a bunch of time answering something that I'm not asking.
You're just going to talk over me. I'm
genuinely telling you I don't want you to waste a bunch of time answering something that I'm not asking.
So equilibrium. So equilibrium is when the amount of carbon-14 in the bones of a living animal is equal to the amount of carbon-14 in its environment. That's
he's asking about molecular.
I'm asking about molecular clocks.
What did you say? I can't hear you.
A molecular clock.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Like a biological clock.
Well, we're talking about carbon-14.
No, we're talking about a genome and like mutations.
No. Oh, I thought you were talking about carbon-14.
That went nowhere for so long. Gosh, my head hurts.
The way carbon-14 is done, right?
I mean, you got destroyed on that. George absolutely just, it was bad. So I'm trying to help you. You should thank me.
He actually didn't.
You should thank me. I'm bailing you out.
So he actually
I'm throwing you a life raft.
So he actually didn't.
Yeah.
Excuse me, address me as sir. I'm not a he.
So shut up, fuckstain.
No, that's an ad hom again. So you're welcome, Brenda. So now,
shut up, fuckstain.
We're going to talk about something else. Let's talk about genetics. So a molecular clock has to do with mutations in a genome.
Oh, yeah. I don't know how it's done. You tell me.
Well, I'm asking you.
No, I don't know.
Wouldn't that be something more of like a higher quality science, something that's can be tested?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Yeah, I don't know.
And it can't be contaminated.
Yeah, it can't be contaminated.
Can it? Can't it? I don't know. You tell me.
If you don't know how, you can say you can't.
I don't know.
I wonder if Rob knows. I asked Rob this, and he said that it was all pseudoscience.
What's pseudoscience?
Well, we're trying to find that out.
What is?
We're going to try to find that out.
Find what out?
What pseudoscience is.
What do you mean, what is pseudoscience?
I'm looking at a paper right now that talks about how the mitochondrial DNA was found to mutate about 20 times faster than previously thought. So, Brenda, the question would be, based on the faster mutation rate in the mitochondrial DNA, when we count up all the DNA differences worldwide in people groups, there's only a few DNA differences that take us back about 6,000 years. How do you reconcile that with your deep time model?
Yeah, I don't know that what you say is true. You've consistently shown
literally
yourself
looking
to be a liar.
I'm literally looking at a paper right now. So
By
can you
who?
address the argument,
By who?
or just admit that?
By who?
Okay, let's ask Sentinel Apologetics.
So by who?
How does he address the fact that on average there's only about 20 DNA differences that separate any two people on the globe in the mitochondrial DNA, consistent with 6,000 years of history?
How is that consistent with only 6,000 years?
Well, because if we go back hundreds of thousands of years, we should have a lot more DNA differences than 20.
No, that's not true.
So Brenda,
how do you account for the fact that how do you account for mitochondrial Eve then?
Brenda, let me ask you how you account for that according to your model. So there was a bottleneck, right? And that bottleneck was what, like 100,000, 200,000 years ago, 80,000?
Yeah. The human population was down to just a very small number of people. We almost went extinct.
So do you have any evidence of that in the fossil record? Of that bottleneck, by the way?
I don't know.
Just wondering.
Or
is that a rescuing device?
A rescuing device? You
Yeah.
mean poisoning the well? Poisoning the well?
Well, no, I'm just asking you if that's what that is. Because if there's no evidence for it in your geological column, then it must be something that you fabricated after the fact.
No, that doesn't follow. Because
I guess it doesn't matter.
It doesn't follow. It doesn't follow from what you said, right? That doesn't follow.
Sure it does.
It could be based on It could be based on other lines of evidence, couldn't it?
Well, this is the line of evidence that is based on. In order to explain that mitochondrial element, you have to have a bottleneck.
Yeah.
So you guys fabricated a bottleneck. But Brenda, let me ask you.
How was the bottleneck established?
I just told you.
No, you didn't.
So Brenda, according to your model, you have a bottleneck, and that bottleneck is how long ago? 100,000, 280?
Yeah, I don't know the exact number.
Pick one. Doesn't matter. I'd go with the lesser one though.
Whatever.
So we'll go with 80. So in order to explain that element, you have a bottleneck followed by a small population of inbreeding for, I guess, until recent history. What does a small population of inbreeding do over deep time? Would that accumulate deleterious mutations? Is inbreeding good or bad?
Is 80,000 years deep time?
Well, I don't know. How long can you inbreed before it starts having a bad effect?
I think 80,000 years is considered like a flash in the pan as far as in deep time.
That's fine. We can go with that. So 80,000 years of inbreeding, what's that going to do? Is that going to be good or bad?
Would that be inbreeding though?
Well, yeah, because the population has to stay very small in order to explain that element.
Is that true?
Yes, that's true. According to your model.
How do you know that?
According to your model.
Is it according to our model, or
Yes,
is it
that's
just
according to
your
your model.
misrepresentation of our model?
No, that's according to your model.
Is it really?
I mean, how many more times would you like to ask me?
Your model suggests a massive population bottleneck between 70,000 and 200,000 years ago to explain the low genetic diversity in humans today, Brenda. That's just all throughout the scientific literature.
Oh, okay.
So answer Sam's question.
So what about it?
That would be detrimental.
What about it?
Would that be good or bad?
Would what be good or bad?
A small population of inbreeding for that much time.
For how much time?
Thousands of
80,000 years. I would go with 80. You can go with 200, but that just makes it worse.
So it was approximately, let's say, what was it? I don't know, 70,000 years ago, right? It was a small population of people. It was a small population of people. So what? They recovered from that, didn't they?
Is that so? What would that do though to the genome?
Well, it would mean that we're all very closely related. That's what it would mean.
Would you accumulate mutations? Then they would become fixed?
I don't know.
Well, what happens when people inbreed?
Is that really inbreeding?
Yeah, if it's a small population.
How small though?
Interbreeding for thousands. Well, the literature.
Yeah, but it grew though. It grew though, didn't it? It grew though, didn't it?
What evidence do you have of that?
I mean, that's the nature of bottlenecks, aren't they? They have a narrow neck. They have a narrow neck, and then they get wider, right?
Are you familiar with the bottleneck in cheetahs today? They're down to about 7,000.
Yeah. So the point is that we didn't become deeply inbred like cheetahs, did we?
Is that circular reasoning though?
No, but no, it's
You're
not.
assuming this bottleneck happened in the first place. We're trying to point out how unfeasible it is.
How is it unfeasible? How is it unfeasible?
You have prolonged inbreeding for thousands and thousands of years where you've got all these recessive deleterious mutations coming to the forefront, leading to accelerated genetic damage. That's why.
What is your evidence that there was a prolonged, reduced population?
Brenda, the only way to reduce levels of genetic diversity is to what?
So what is your evidence that there was prolonged inbreeding? Wouldn't they have recovered after? So there's a bottlenecking effect, right? That was due to a super volcanic eruption, right?
Yeah. So
and then
Brenda,
they recovered, and that from a super volcano, and then people recovered from that. Yes, it was a super volcanic eruption 70,000 years ago in Asia, right? And so that would limit the population, and then gradually they would recover from that, right?
So Brenda, in our known history, our written history, our linguistical history, our history of civilization, it only goes back a few thousand years. It's not even worth debating. You could say 6 to 10, it doesn't matter. Before that, though, you have no evidence of any large populations. So you can suggest that this population grew substantially, but there's no evidence of that. If you look at a global,
outside of its bottleneck, it was a bottleneck created by the explosion of a supervolcano 70,000 years ago, right?
Cool.
And so then the population would be reduced, and then would gradually recover.
Well, no,
Brenda, if you look at a population chart, a secular population chart, it has the population today. I think it's around 7 billion.
You mean
people.
just a population chart?
Just a regular population chart. Today we have about 7,000.
Instead of the Harry Potter population chart that you have.
Are you going to keep interrupting me? I said secular.
Because you haven't shown any willingness to stop interrupting me.
You have a major double standard, and you're
but you haven't shown any willingness.
Every time you interrupt me.
You haven't shown any willingness to stop interrupting me. So let me know when you're done interrupting me. If you want me to stop interrupting you, we need to reach an understanding where we're just going to not talk when the other person's talking. And you need to actually live up to that.
Can I talk now?
Go ahead.
Okay. If you look at a secular population chart of the globe, the Earth's population, today we're at about 7 billion people. If you follow that curve down, it only goes back about a couple thousand years. After that, it's a long line, like you just took a colored pencil and drew it back as far as you want. That long line represents that small population in your model, according to your model. So when you can sit here tonight and you can say, mock and explain what happens after a bottleneck, but it's your model, not mine. So you got a bottleneck about 80,000 years ago, and nothing happened. A small population, according to your own secular chart, up until just a few thousand years ago.
So why is this a problem?
Well, that long line represents inbreeding.
So?
What happens when we inbreed?
Yeah, but when populations have, the resources, they grow. And so then they're no longer inbreeding, right? because
that long
the
line
size of the
represents a non-growth.
So how many individuals do you think populated North America?
It's your model, Brenda.
No, just a question. It's just a question. It's going to go towards answering your question. The question. So we know that North America was populated by people migrating from Asia over the land bridge to North America. How many people do you think constituted that founder population?
Yeah, but when?
That doesn't matter because that's back. That's forward of that few thousand years on the.
Yeah,
on
but
the
how
chart.
many people was that? How many people were there?
It doesn't
Do you
matter.
think?
You're missing.
So
the
it
point.
was approximately 70 people. So 70 people gave rise to a when the very first explorers came here, a very full North American continent filled with the native population. There was quite a few people here, but it was the founder population was about 70 people.
Well, let me address that.
This imagination of yours, this isn't a problem because you have this false understanding of genetics and evolution. You think that any kind of mutation is somehow bad and evil. No, they're not.
Bottlenecks are not a problem.
They're not.
Did you just say bottlenecks are not a problem?
No, I said that you have a
You
founder.
just said bottlenecks are not a problem.
Inbreeding.
I didn't say that. I said that
you did.
I said that when you'd have 70 individuals who populated initially that constituted the founder population of North America, right? They would be inbreeding, wouldn't they?
Can you do that indefinitely?
Let me address that.
70 people, that would be inbreeding, wouldn't it?
Okay, let me address that. Let me address that equal time, and then you can respond, Brenda. So there's a difference between rapid and exponential population growth from a small population. Okay, so you have 70 people, but it didn't stay 70 people for thousands of years.
Yes, exactly. That's my point.
Exactly.
Thank
so you have
you.
rapid and
Thank
exponential.
you for helping me make.
I want to finish my point. I want to finish my point.
I'm just talking normally.
Brenda, if you're incapable of not interrupting, just please let me finish my point. So in your example, what we have is a small population, okay, of 70 people. That's the founder population, followed by rapid and exponential population growth. Now, in the out of Africa theory, it proposes a population bottleneck that reduced the human population to a small population of about between 2 and 10,000, okay, for about 10 to 100,000 years, depending on where you put your bottleneck. 70,000 years ago or 200,000 years ago, there's different hypotheses, okay? So here's the problem. This population of 2 to 10,000 did not experience rapid and exponential population growth. They remained small for thousands of years, which means you have thousands of years of inbreeding where these recessive deleterious mutations are coming to the forefront. Look at the cheetahs today.
Why would it have remained small? Why would it have remained small?
It's what your literature says. It has to remain small. Okay, listen, this is why. If you've got millions of years, okay, of evolution, you've got the Australopithecines up to Homo habilis, up to Homo erectus, who lives on the globe for 1 million years. What's that doing? Every time a mutation is added into the gene pool, what does that do, Brenda?
I don't know. You tell me.
It adds genetic diversity. Because a mutation, by definition, adds something that was not previously there. So
and diversity is a good thing, isn't it?
It is a good thing, but here's the problem.
Yeah.
If you have millions of years of mutation accumulation, where every time you have a new mutation, you're adding diversity, then humans today should have what? High levels of genetic diversity. But we find that humans today have low genetic diversity, extremely low. Every single human on the planet is nearly 99.999% identical. So they propose the out of Africa population bottleneck in order to explain that. You need thousands of years of inbreeding in order to reduce the levels of genetic diversity. A couple years followed by rapid and exponential growth won't do it. It won't reduce the levels of heterozygosity. This is your theory and you're not up to date on it. This would be disastrous because you would have thousands of years of mutation accumulation in terms of inbreeding, which would lead to what? Disease, birth defects, genetic damage. We see that in the cheetahs today. This is why it's a problem and it's not feasible. I hope you understand now, Brenda.
You know, it's funny
So
because
my
I pointed that out to Rob, and he said it's a bunch of pseudoscience, and I'm like,
Yeah.
Rob, that's your
Rob,
model.
yeah, Rob,
That's your model.
No, it's not. It's not
Yes,
our model.
it is.
It's
Yes,
your
it is.
misrepresentation of the model.
Oh,
okay,
tell me.
Brenda,
So
how are you
the
going to reduce levels of heterozygosity? Tell me, how are you going to reduce levels
what
of
is
heterozygosity?
what is heterozygosity?
A state of DNA diversity. So if you are at a
So
higher
why would you
level of
want to
genetic
do that? Why
if
would
you're
you
at
want
a
to do
higher-
that?
Brenda, how come humans today have low genetic diversity?
Because we had a bottleneck about 70,000 years ago.
Okay, so how are you going to reduce levels of heterozygosity in that bottleneck?
What are you talking about? Reducing diversity? Why would you the reduction?
That's the whole point of the population bottleneck, to reduce levels of genetic diversity.
Just a minute. Let me respond to you. The fact that human populations was down to about between 1,000 and breeding pairs is why. So that is the cause, right, of the regular of the relative uniformity of genetic diversity today.
If you drop the population to between 2 and 10,000, okay, and immediately followed that up with rapid population growth, then you're not going to lose enough genetic diversity to account for the low genetic diversity today. So in your own literature, it says the population of between 2 to 10,000 experienced a prolonged bottleneck. Do you know what a prolonged bottleneck is?
No, it was only about 10 years for that volcanic winter.
You're assuming the Toba extinction is the event that led to the population bottleneck. I've actually
it seems reasonable. It seems reasonable. It seems reasonable.
Okay,
right?
Okay, that's fine. But I'm saying that there's a lot of people that contest that. For example, Betsy Gibbon would even say, "Oh no, the Toba extinction. There's too much evidence against it. Possibly
there is evidence
bottleneck
against it.
200,000 years ago." Some people would say there's a population bottleneck during the time of Homo erectus. It doesn't matter. There's different dates provided. Let's just stick with the Toba extinction. The point is, you would need a prolonged bottleneck in order to reduce the levels of genetic diversity to what we see today. You're going to need more than 10 years. You're going to need more than 1,000 years. You're going to need thousands of years.
There may have been repeated bottlenecks, right?
So repeated episodes
there may have been several
and genetic damage.
It's not damage.
Inbreeding is damaging. It leads to disease, and it manifests recessive deleterious mutations. That's what inbreeding does.
No, but mutations aren't damage.
Hold on, Brenda. Let me ask you a question. Okay, if what you're saying is true, and evolution is powered by mutations, and mutations.
Does anybody say anything else?
Well, and mutations create new information, new structures, right?
Yes.
Then you should have a list of beneficial mutations that are not reductive. Okay, because I would say that mutations create disease, but I do have a list. I have a list of thousands of genetic diseases that are caused by the same mechanism that you use to explain these beneficial mutations according to your model.
Well, you understand.
So one of us can support and provide evidence that's undeniable. I can provide a list of thousands of diseases, and you can't provide. I mean, maybe you can. Can you give me one example of a beneficial mutation that is not reductive? I'm sure there's one.
What do you mean when you say not reductive? I don't know what that
means. That's not bad. Like reductive, harmful, deleterious, bad. You know, mutation, this cancer. Mutation, this disease. Mutation, this reductive thing. I have thousands of lists. Now, you are saying that mutations are good. Mutations, a wing. Mutations, a pixie, and so on. But you don't have. I'm just wondering.
That's not how evolution works.
Well, I have an article. That's very interesting.
Article. You asked me a question, and now you're going to go on.
Okay, go ahead. You're right. Go ahead. Answer.
So one mutation would be possibly the mutation that allows us to digest milk.
Lactose?
Yeah.
Is that epigenetic or is that reductive?
Doesn't matter where
Sure.
it's a mutation. It's a mutation, so it permits people.
Well, epigenetics are something that's already existing in the genome.
So it's a mutation. You asked for a mutation.
That's
that
not
is
reductive.
beneficial. It's beneficial, and it's beneficial because it allows people to consume milk, which they otherwise can't.
Sure. If it's an epigenetic mutation, then
you asked for
epigenetics
a
are
mutation.
already a pre-existing part of the genome.
But
and those
it's
are
a
better
mutation.
explained by our model, because how would evolution build something like a spare tire under a car? Evolution would cut it off by way of natural selection. So unless you want to add a mind,
so you
a forward-thinking element to evolution, and evolution isn't going to hold on to this mutation that doesn't do anything yet, right? It's just a little mutation, doesn't do anything, and then evolution doesn't know it's building something. So epigenetics, I'm sorry, that's not going to work.
Why doesn't it work?
Well, I just explained to you. Keep
no,
typing.
You just gave a lot of shit. So you just talk and say stuff. I mean, so the fact that you asked for a mutation, that is a mutation that allows some people to digest milk, and so it's a beneficial mutation. Where it comes from
is that epigenetic?
I don't know. It doesn't matter.
Well, if you think about it, we're all born with the ability to digest milk, okay?
No, we're not.
Of course. Well,
no, we're not.
We're
talking about lactose. We're talking about milk.
Right, lactose intolerance. So it turns out when you study this so-called change that you're pointing to, it turns out that it is epigenetic related, because after weaning, the gene flips off. Because we know at that point we no longer need our mother's milk. So in that case, it is an example of a gene either being turned on or off, which means it's part of the epigenome.
Right. So that's still a mutation, though.
No,
it's not a mutation.
No, not in the sense that I'm asking for.
I think it is.
Epigenetic switch. Brenda, if I have a light switch in my house and I switch the switch off and then I come back in and I switch the switch on, did anything change?
Yes.
Other than the light? No, the switch is already there. The wiring is already there. The light's already there. It's already there. The epigenome is already existing. That is not a mutation that adds novel information.
So the switch changed. It changed from being on to off.
Brenda,
it didn't. The switch doesn't change.
It didn't add. Changing. It didn't add.
Well,
that's changing. That's a change. Listen. Stop.
What did it add,
Stop.
Brenda?
Okay, we'll let Brenda go.
Stop. You ask me questions,
then
you fucking talk over me.
No, I asked
fucking cut it out. Cut it out.
Question.
Okay, Brenda,
stop
take your
it.
time, and then we're going to hand it back to. I'll say something after Brenda, then we'll hand it back.
So if you have a switch, it's in a state. It's either on or off. That's a difference. That's information. On or off is information. So you're wrong. It is a difference. It is an addition. It is information.
Was the
okay,
switch
so I'll respond
there?
real quick, and then we'll go to Sam. Like a quick. So they're discovering that we have millions and millions of these switches in our genome that are just waiting to either be turned on or off through environment. So this is actually demonstration of the capacity for this type of change. When it comes to the lactose tolerance, it turns out that it's regulated by epigenetic mechanisms such as methylation levels of the MC-M6 and LCT genes. So the point is, these switches are there in the genome, just waiting to be turned off through environment. So it's not adding anything because it's already there to begin with.
Switches don't wait. They simply exist.
Brenda,
simply exist. So the point is, it simply exists. It is a mutation that confers an advantage to the descendants of those who have that mutation. That mutation is that the ability to digest milk is retained from infancy. In others, it's switched off, and in some, it's simply left on. That is additional information, because a switch being on or off is literally information. So you asked for a beneficial mutation, and I gave you a beneficial mutation that adds information.
No. I said in the case of some people, the gene stays switched on epigenetically. That's not adding anything novel.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
It would be like my light.
Information.
It would be like the light. It would be like the light that I have on right now. Suddenly, it stopped working, in the sense that I try and turn it off, and it won't work. It's just permanently on.
If I tell you,
adding anything novel.
If I tell you that the light is on or off, is that information?
Okay, Brenda, can I?
If I tell, just a minute, standing. If I tell you that a light is on or off, is that information?
It's information in the sense.
Thank you. Thank you. That's all I need.
Okay,
That's all
so
I
can
need.
I go?
It is information. Thank
So,
you. I
Brenda-
gave you an example of a mutation that adds information and is beneficial. Thank you.
Okay.
I
Okay,
think
thank
you're
you.
confused.
So, Brenda, if that is the best that you have, then you've really failed
you
miserably.
asked for
And
an ex-
I
you asked for
listened
an
to you.
example.
Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. I asked you for an example of something that is okay. If you're going to take a single-celled organism or whatever it is on the tree of life, you have to explain how these new things, new switches. Now, if I have a switch in my house that turns a light on and off, and I add a fan, that would be something. But switching a light on and off, that doesn't help you get a fish to fisherman. That does nothing for you. But if that's the best
exactly
example
how
you
it
have, then you fail, because and you gave me, I have thousands of examples of why it can't happen.
Is that the only method? Is that the only method by which mutations can be introduced into an organism? Is that the only method?
Is that the only example you have?
No, is that
Of an
the only
something that's already existing? That
So-
doesn't help you.
answer the question? Is it the only method? The example I gave, is that the only method by which mutations occur?
Well, I guess it depends if we're going to be talking about something that's observed or storytelling, because
So
I
is it?
have
So
observable
just answer the
evidence
question.
of mutations.
Stop,
I have
stop
lists
trying to
of
run away from
thousands
it.
of them. You can't give me one single example of something
What
that adds something
are the many
new.
ways? What are the many ways in which mutations can be introduced?
You tell me. Tell me.
No, you're the one who knows so much about this stuff. You tell me.
No, I'm asking you. I know that mutations
So-
create diseases, and would you like me to share
They
that with
can. They can create diseases. Most mutations
So
are
what's the-
either
what-
neutral or deleterious, but that's not the argument. The argument isn't that every mutation is helpful. The argument is that some are.
you? Okay, that sounds good.
I gave you an example of
that
one.
sounds good. Can you give
I gave you
me-
an example of one mutation, and then you complained that it's epigenetic, but that's
Correct.
not the only. But epigenetics is not the only way that mutations occur in an animal.
Okay,
Is it?
Brenda, let me clarify, and I'll just say that I didn't give you a clear enough question, and I'll try this one more time. So if you have a fish, and you're trying to get that fish out of the water, you're going to need a mutation that's going to add something that it does not already have. Epigenetics are something that the fish already has. You're going to need something that adds something new, like a leg, or a skin, or a lung, or something like that.
Well, how
Okay,
are
so
legs
that
added?
would
Do
be
you know
a
how legs are
mutation.
added?
I'm almost done. That would be a mutation that is not deleterious, because if it's deleterious, then you're going to lose on the genetic entropy or genetic degradation.
There's no
So it
such
can't
thing as
be- so
genetic
it-
entropy. No such thing.
Okay, so you're going to need a mutation that adds something novel that is not already there. Okay, and I don't know how you can say that genetic entropy doesn't exist when you just acknowledged that mutations can be deleterious. And if
Yeah.
somebody picks up a deleterious mutation, the only way to get rid of it is for
So-
that person to die. So when you have populations of people picking up 100 mutations a year, the only way to get rid of them is if you kill everyone. Or else that mutation's going to stick, and then the next child will have 100 more, and then 100 more, and 100 more. The only way to get rid of deleterious mutations is to kill everyone. So you do have an accumulation problem.
It's just you don't understand genetics.
No,
for
you
one
don't.
thing.
One of us doesn't.
So
one of us
you
doesn't.
asked,
but you just admitted
so you
that
asked,
you just admitted it, and then you wave it away. But go ahead.
So you asked. There are many different ways that mutations, besides simply the one I gave.
Yeah, I just want an example of one. That's all.
Copying errors.
Give me an example.
Copying errors Copying errors introduce new information into the genome.
Storytelling, Brenda. Give me an example.
No, that I gave you. I just gave it to you.
No, you didn't. That's epigenetics. I already clarified.
I'm not talking about epigenetics. I'm talking about copying errors, and you're just hand waving it away. Copying errors introduce new information.
Give me one specifically.
Well, I don't have one in my mind specifically. I'm telling you about
so let
how.
me get this straight.
Just a minute. Let me tell you.
Okay.
You asked how, other than epigenetics, what other ways that you can have
yes,
mutations.
Epigenetics are already existing.
And I'm giving you an example. The example would be copying errors. During replication, there can be copying errors which can introduce new information into the genome.
More specifically, name one.
I don't know. That wasn't the question. That wasn't.
Well, no, that was the question.
No,
I didn't ask you how it happens. I understand how you guys say it happens. No, I asked you for a specific example of one.
I gave you. I just gave you a specific example of how of one of the ways that mutations take place.
Okay, Brenda, I didn't ask you for an example of how they happen. I asked you an example of one. Give me a name of one. Like diseases have names. So I have lists of thousands. So if evolution is affecting all forms of life and everything is evolving upwards according to Darwinian evolution, then you should have thousands and thousands and thousands of examples of, hey, look, we can go into the genome and we can move these few things around, and look, a leg pops out of a fish.
Can I correct something? Evolution doesn't have a direction. It's not going up.
It doesn't matter. At some point, as you said, you should be able to have a copying error and have something happen. And we've been doing tests on fruit flies. We've been doing tests on fleas.
Yes.
We've been doing tests on worms. I have a paper that says they've done all mutations on fruit flies, every single one. And guess what? Nothing. It doesn't go forward. It doesn't go backwards.
Nothing? There's no
it's just a fruit fly.
Dude, there's no forwards and backwards in evolution.
So if God created that fruit fly, then everything makes sense, because no matter what we do, it's still a fruit fly. Guess what we observe?
Yes.
No matter what we do, it's a fruit fly. Now, if evolution was true, then we need to take that fruit fly to something else. So we should be able to go in there and start moving crap around, and all of a sudden it's going to be a non-fruit fly. No, you haven't, Brendan. You can't give me a single example.
So you just talk over me constantly. This is why I don't respect your request.
See, the problem is the beginning of your sentence interrupted the middle of mine.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. You kept talking over me.
Okay, go ahead.
So you don't allow other people to talk because you get triggered.
Go ahead.
So the point
I'm not triggered. I'm smiling.
So you're talking over me. You're talking over me. You're talking over me. So you're talking over me. So shut up.
Whoa! Don't get triggered.
So stop it.
Don't get triggered.
So this is how betas act.
Don't get triggered.
little passive aggressive betas.
Don't use insult. Answer my question.
You're in the presence of an You're in the presence of an alpha. Know your place.
Hey. Thank you for correcting me on that.
Did Brenda just say that evolution doesn't go forward or backwards? I mean, what happened to the whale? The fish went on to land and then decided to go back to the water again.
Yeah. That's good. How is that going forwards or backwards?
So Brenda, you should be able to take that fish and you should be able to move stuff around and make it like get on its way to be a whale again. Do you understand your problem? You can't do that.
I'm going to take the dog for a walk, guys. This is pointless. See you later.
Know, this is a disaster.
So that's not how anything works.
Well, nothing works, though.
No, it does, but you don't understand how evolution works.
Could give me a specific example.
A specific example of
give me a specific
evolution?
example of where something's been shuffled around and it's created something new, not existing.
So shuffling something around is making something new.
Okay,
that's
give
what
me a
happens.
specific
Excuse
example.
me, I'm talking. So during replication, copying errors are essentially shuffling the letters around, right? So that is new information.
Okay, I'm gonna put.
You understand that? Do you?
Yes.
I want to check. So, and do you accept that is in fact new information?
No.
So you don't accept that changing the sequence of the DNA in the genome is a new configuration of that DNA. You don't think that's new?
Brenda, can I answer? Brenda, if I have a book and I shuffle the chapters around,
yes.
Did I add anything new?
Yes.
No.
No, you did. That you're wrong.
No.
You're wrong.
Okay.
That
so
is new
if
information.
I have a book and I shuffle the chapters around,
exactly.
Tell me how I've added something new.
You've changed the state of the book. You've changed it. Therefore, it's new. So take, for instance, instead of say a book, say just a single word in a text. So take us. Just let me finish.
You failed on that. You're being
wrong.
ridiculous. You're being ridiculous.
Take a single word in a text document. Say just a single word, right?
Okay.
And then you save it, right? And then you open it again and you shuffle the letters around and you save it again. It has the same number of bytes, but it has new information. It is a new configuration of the information that was previously stored in there.
Brenda.
And that's new information. That is how information theory works.
Brenda,
you don't understand information theory.
Look in the chat, and I put a link in there.
I don't see it. Oh, there we go.
Okay, so that is an example.
Rare diseases.
Those are just the rare ones. Open it up.
Why?
And just take a look.
Why?
Is that a good source? Is that a creationist source, Brenda? Is that a creationist source?
I'm just going to admit to you that genetic diseases are harmful.
You're missing the point. So I can give you specific examples of why evolution is false. I can give you specific examples with names. With names. I can name those mutations. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me.
How does a genetic disease disprove evolution? How does a genetic disease disprove evolution?
Because the same process that you claim causes evolution actually creates diseases. And I can say, hey, look, if you move, are you going to stop interrupting me?
But I'm just cutting through your bullshit. Nobody disputes that genetic diseases are a thing and they're a problem.
Okay.
That's not the claim that evolution makes.
Well, one of us has supported our position and the other one hasn't. You've just made a bunch of claims. You've just said a bunch of things. You've just posited a bunch of garbage. You haven't been able to give me one example of anything.
I've given
you thousands of examples in that link right there. Each one of those examples specifically is a reason why evolution doesn't happen. You cannot give me one example of a beneficial mutation that is not deleterious, that adds new information. Unless you're willing to do that, everything that you say from here on out can be dismissed.
So
Okay?
I gave you.
I've given you the observable evidence.
You're just going to
I've
talk
provided
over.
everything you need.
So I
and
gave you. I gave you that.
You've
that,
given
that
me
example.
stories after
No, it's not a story.
You've given me
Lactose
insults.
intolerance
You've
is
given
not
me
a
double
story.
standards. You've
Lactose
given me-
intolerance is not a story. It's new information. It's a new configuration of the genetic of the genome.
So here's what you can do.
Configuration. It's new information, and it's beneficial. I gave you that example, and you just dismiss it because you think that somehow genetic diseases disprove evolution, but they are actually a prediction of evolution.
Of genetic entropy?
They are a prediction of evolution, I said.
Of genetic entropy.
No, they're not. It's not genetic entropy. There's no such thing.
So thousands of diseases are not examples of genetic entropy now.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
it's
listen,
not genetic entropy.
They are
deleterious.
And I'm going to let you enjoy this stream. If you get bored, you can take your books on your shelf and you can shuffle them up and you could read them.
Yeah, they are
deleterious.
They are deleterious mutations. They are not beneficial mutations, but they are mutations. That's how evolution works. Evolution works by mutations, and those rare mutations that are beneficial get promoted and disseminated in a population. And if it's good enough, then that organism will thrive and survive. But diseases, genetic diseases, are not examples of genetic entropy. That's not what it is. That is actually how evolution works.
Brenda, Jesus loves you very much.
Oh, here comes the preaching. When they know they've lost.
I am not going to preach. I'm just
going
to say it's been fun. It's been really fun. And I hope,
is that what you think is fun? Is just abusing people. You think abusing people is fun.
I hope the next time you come on, you can provide me with what I asked.
I gave you what you asked. Stop lying. Stop lying.
That is not
Stop lying. Stop lying.
Maybe you can
Stop
give me
lying.
two.
You piece of shit. Stop lying.
So,
you're lying.
Anyway, I hope you have
I gave you an example. I gave you the example of lactose intolerance and the ability to process lactose later in life, right? That is an example. It met your definition. It is new information.
Do babies drink milk?
Yeah, all babies drink milk.
Okay. So
the
having
mutation
a switch turn off and then turn back on is nothing new. The baby
that
was
is
born
new.
with the
That
ability
is new.
to drink milk.
No, but that it switching a light switch on or off is information. That's what information is. That is literally how your computer works, by switching things on and off. That's all it does, is switch on and off. It's just nothing but tiny little switches. And that is information. So you're simply denying. You're just a denialist when confronted when confronted with something that goes against your religious ideology. You just deny, because the switch
So Brenda,
is
if I take my computer and I switch it on and off, is it ever going to be something different, or is it always going to be the same computer?
That's what a program is a
What's
bunch
a
of
program?
switches. It's a bunch of switches on and off.
And how do you change the program? How do I change my computer into a non-computer? How do I make my desktop or laptop into a desktop?
By destroying the information.
Just by turning it on and off?
By destroying the information.
Will I need to add something new? Will I need to add something new?
So changing from being able to drink milk only in infancy.
That's going to get a fish to fisherman.
So being
You're
able
right,
to,
Brenda, you've solved it.
No, but yes,
I appreciate it.
That is evolution.
Thank you.
That's how evolution works.
Taking something that can drink milk, making it not drink milk, and then making it drink milk again. That's going to make a fish to fishermen. I appreciate it.
That is how evolution
Brenda,
works.
It's fun. Jesus loves you very much.
Gotta preach.
And
gotta preach.
I
It is
just
the
want to let you know that
accumulation.
you're not a special case beyond forgiveness. That said,
yes,
I
gotta
bid
preach.
you a good
Gotta
night,
preach
and I
when you
hope the
gotta
next time you
preach.
jump on, you
They
can
gotta
bring
preach,
me
don't
an
they?
argument, and I
They
would
gotta
appreciate it.
preach. So the
I got to.
switching.
I've got
So
to
the
preach.
switching.
Good night,
So a
Brenda.
switch from one
Good
state to
night. Good night,
another
Brenda. It's
is
been fun.
information, and
It's
you're
been
just a
fun.
denialist. You're just a denialist. That is all he does, all he ever does, and all they ever do is just deny, deny, deny. So they all ran away and left me here to talk. So I'm just going to talk. So all they ever did was deny, obfuscate, poison the well, talk over me, insult me, misgender me, and in general just gish gallop and bullshit their way. Not a single argument from them, not from Standing for Truth, and not from this other fuck stain. So none of them had anything to contribute. They're just angry little ideologues who have the delusional belief in a wackadoodle thing that the earth is 10,000 years old. They're morons and idiots. The earth is 4.5 billion years old, and the universe is 13.5 billion years old. Genetic information is produced by small changes. That is how evolution worked. Small changes, changing from being able to drink milk only during infancy to being able to drink milk the rest of your life, is an improvement. It is beneficial, and it is new information. So you heard them simply deny that switching that information is composed is switching things on and off. That a light switch on or off isn't new information. It's just really desperation, really just unbelievable desperation. And so that's all they ever do. And so Standing for Truth, the little coward, is sitting here in the chat, right? He's a fucking little coward. He won't come in here and actually debate when he could right now, and we would have fewer interruptions than we with the previous brain dead mongs that were in here, right? Come in, get your ass in here, Standing. Defend yourself. They just run away. This is all they ever do. And nobody, if you do simple searches on all of this, one of the biggest things is that Standing for Truth likes to pretend, and he's really is deeply ignorant and very stupid person. Standing for Truth, he likes to use big words to make it sound like he's intelligent when he's not, like heterozygosity, and all of that means is just genetic diversity. And he seems to think that this is some big deal that he's come up with. So get your ass in here, Standing, or just run away. Just run away. Just run away, Standing. You're just a fucking coward, because you know that you can't actually back up your shit. And you cite crackpots like this Baumgartner person. You cite other people, and you think that carbon-14 somehow debunks an old Earth. And the other night you thought that somehow that a young genome debunked an old Earth, as if biology has anything to do with cosmology and geology. It doesn't have anything to do with it. You're an idiot, Standing. You're a moron. You don't know anything. You pretend to know. You like to think you know. You like to use these big words that you've absorbed, but you don't understand them. You don't understand the concepts. You just toss words and papers around as if you understand them, and you don't. And they just laugh at you. Gutsit, Gibbon, and the others, they laugh at you in the other hangouts because you're an idiot. You don't know what you're talking about. You're a clown.